telling stories about dumb things we did, too, as kids. Lunsford's obviously older than he should be to have a hammer hitting him back.
Anti-Thor.
Yeah. But Brown was telling a story about one of your friends that got pushed out of a treehouse.
Yeah, he did. It was a group of us in a treehouse. And like, as a kid, it seemed like the treehouse was 100 feet off the ground. I would bet it was 10 feet now that as an adult looking back. But I remember us being up in the treehouse. Now, I'm not going to use names here, but these two guys were in an argument, and we couldn't have been any more than like 8 or 9 years old in an argument. And they're going back and forth at each other, and one of them just gets pissed, and the other one is standing like on the edge of the treehouse because he's about to back down the ladder, right? But the argument's ensuing, and he just pushes him off the treehouse. And he fall. I will never forget. It was almost like watching the coyote fall. Fall of it and go. Yeah. I remember watching over the side of the treehouse as he falls and just lands on his back. And when he did, it knocked all his breath out.
Of course.
So he's laying on the ground, and we thought he was dying, so we're scrambling down. Well, then he gets up and just tears out towards his house. Well, his dad comes back pissed in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, because you pushed my son out of a treehouse.
That's right. Yeah, pretty bad scene there.
Did he spank the boy?
No, he did not. The other kid's dad wasn't there. We were at a friend's house.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it could have gotten ugly.
I would love if the argument was over.
I couldn't remember to save my life, Rockstar.
So you guys didn't have the neighborhood rule that any parent could spank any kid?
Well, I was in a different neighborhood. This was not my neighborhood. I was a visitor.
Yeah, I don't remember that rule. Did you?
We didn't have one either. The only time I saw my dad really mad, pinned one of his best friends up against the wall because the guy spanked me. I forget what asshole thing I was doing.
Oh, you had it coming.
I'm sure I was doing something. Yes. I'm sure it was my fault.
Is that your best shot? Well,
I thought that spanking would have hurt more.
All right, that's the show today. We're back with you tomorrow live at 9 a.m. Central. Don't forget the replay starts right now. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then, we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Wright have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Wright's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
It's an absolutely fascinating time in sports out there when it comes to a changing landscape and everything. And still little video like the one that's on TV3 right now. Nick Chubb squatting 675 pounds still draws me in. It was one of the things I never understood as a kid when it was the wide world of sports. A lot of you don't even know what that was. But this time of year when there wasn't football or basketball on, you'd find yourself on a Saturday or Sunday and on your sports television would be wide world of sports. And then occasionally one of the crazy things they would have on that you just could not watch would be weightlifting with a Russian that would look like he was lifting up a house, basically, with the bar bent down. When you see a Nick Chubb and people like that squatting 675 pounds with that metal bar bending and stuff, you have to watch it. It's one of those things you can't take your eyes off of.
You do watch it. I remember the wide world of sports. I remember the cliff diving and
downhill skiing, things like that.
Yeah, I think
sometimes
Evel Knievel was a part of it early on.
And sometimes I feel like they would get a little bit lazy because like the Little League World Series championship was what they presented, and I'm like, you can make that its own presentation. You're just
they
lazy.
Eventually did, but back then that was the only time you got it.
That's the only time you got it. It was you would get the U.S. versus the international, and that's the only one you saw.
Yeah, my favorite was Battle of the Network Stars. Yeah, when they put it on.
I kind of like that one too.
You know, I thought about that last night.
Yeah,
because I was trying
Why were you thinking of Battle of the Network Stars?
Well, it was ironically I was driving back from finishing fifth in poker, barely beating Lunsford last night.
Ooh,
and
a little shade right there. Rockstar, did you catch that shade?
Finishing fifth, that's what I heard.
Did the air come out of the room though?
No.
When
barely beating
Lunsford.
Dunaway described
something you've been used to. There was no response.
Dunaway described him. Wow. Dunaway described himself as Lunsford's kryptonite.
Yeah, he did. He said he bounced Lunsford in his own house last night.
Lunsford's kryptonite.
The old sledgehammer to the kneecap.
Yeah, that's why
it probably did affect him a little bit.
So here's Chubb's weightlifting here last night. So I was just thinking of things to talk about on the EAW drive-in this morning, and I was thinking about Battle of the Network Stars because I was thinking of wide world of sports in weightlifting. And look at that. That's just massive. When that bar is bending from so much weight, it's fascinating to watch, but I don't know what the weightlifting term was. But back in the day in Wild World of Sports, they would throw it up over their head.
Where is he, by the way? Is he in the Georgia weight room?
I don't
know.
It
looks like it is the Georgia weight room. The colors,
or it could be his high school. It looks like some high school kids, kind of. I don't know.
Is that a shot at Georgia's new young roster after winning the championship?
No, I think it might be his former high school, but boy, that is a lot of weight.
It is. So when
they snap us in half.
When they would get it over their head, the best part I always remember is they would step away and let it drop to the ground, and it would bounce up one time.
And
they'd try to put their hand on it to catch it with this.
And all the chalk would just
yeah.
You think if we did that up here, Realty South would be in trouble?
The folks right below us. What
are they doing now?
I won't share with you what Brown was doing during our post-show meeting yesterday, but
we'll see it soon enough, won't we?
We
will.
We will. But I don't want to. I didn't want to say anything, but you were running pretty heavy, and I thought to myself, down below they must be wondering what we're doing because you were doing the boom, boom,
this
boom,
building
boom down the hallway.
This building will eventually hate us, and I'm well aware of that.
Eventually,
and I accept it. I don't really care, to be honest with you. They should have a sense of humor, but. Dunaway today was like, I mean, we have these weekly meetings, and Brown, it's such a good line. I'm giving you credit for a good line. He goes, we have these weekly meetings where we try to get stuff accomplished, and Brown turns it into a sketch comedy show.
I mean,
we're on a time.
No, we're really not.
Well, Dunaway is.
yesterday we're like, we're on topic 2, and then all of a sudden it's gone to hell in a handbasket because it's basically Saturday Night Live now.
It turns into the show.
It really does turn into the show.
you
Brown
think-
turns into the man down by the river.
You think about things that, and there could be something new for people at Blue Lake to see today, but things they've seen just over these past 8 months. Me as Tupac walking down the hall.
That's true.
Beer guys coming up with kegs of beer. I mean, how many times do you see that rolling through the office on Monday?
And then yesterday was a whole nother level. And it's only going to get worse from there, by the way. We're not done with that costume.
Yeah, what are some other things we've seen, Rocky?
Well, I mean, Lance is right. Just somebody dressed as Tupac.
Tupac just walking into the bathroom.
Shirtless.
Yeah.
And Brown with a big neck brace going into
Oh,
the
that's
bathroom.
true. I was walking around in a neck
Dunaway with
brace and
golf ball
Arkansas
stuck
gear.
to him.
I did walk around with golf balls.
Constant beer keg deliveries. They're like, did a fraternity get kicked off of campus and they moved it here?
It's old school.
Yeah, Lady Bird hadn't made her debut yet.
Has she not?
No, she hadn't been up here
That
yet.
is the upset, by the way.
If you notice on the door, big bold letters. Everything else is faded out. The big bold letters, no pets allowed.
That's right.
Not even off times? Like on a Saturday afternoon?
Lance has what we like to commonly refer to as a loophole to that sign.
Yes, he does. He
I
does.
do.
All right, a lot to get to today other than there it is. It's the clean and press, Jimmy. Clean and press is what they'd throw over the head.
Was Bruce Jenner on Battle of the Network Stars? Am I wrong about that? Because it seems like it seems like he would have a heck of an
I don't think he
an
was.
advantage. Yeah.
I don't think he was. I don't think he was allowed on it. I think you had to be legit.
Like you had to be
in a
just
show.
a TV personality.
No. They had NFL guys on there.
So Bruce Jenner could have competed against them, and I think he did.
I think
What
so.
do you mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like, I think I remember when Nolan Cromwell, the great safety for the Rams, was on Battle of
No,
the Network
I
Stars.
seem to remember.
Yeah, you could, but you couldn't. Like if
do
it was,
certain events.
right? You couldn't do
Like
certain
Bruce
events.
Jenner could have done the tug of war.
He could do track and field. Though.
He
Right.
could swim.
He couldn't
Right.
do the obstacle course.
Yeah.
Because he was the greatest.
Because I remember
athlete in the
Merlin.
world.
Yeah, Merlin Olsen was on there too. I think I remember. He was a legit TV star after
had
he
Little
played.
House on the Prairie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the Laugh Olympics better personally. I don't know about you guys, but that was better for me.
And we've talked about this before, maybe in a Mystery Fifth Hour, our podcast that you can get right there at nextroundlive.com, a Ozark wrap-up podcast coming very soon. There was a show, and I can't remember it, but it came to Alabama one time, and it had hometowns. It was basically Battle of the Network Stars, but it had hometowns battling each other. And I remember they did it down in South Alabama. It was like, Opp, Andalusia,
Right.
and somebody else down in South Alabama. And it was three, and they got together at a high school field, and basically it was the Battle of the Network Stars, but it was three towns. It was just filling a TV hole back in the day. Now we fill it with sports.
Yeah, I mean, now we
create
just show everything.
We
Yeah.
go, let's create the USFL, and we'll put it in there, and instead of doing Battle of the Network Stars.
Well, here it is. It began 1976.
Which one? Battle of the Network Stars?
Ended 1988. All were aired by ABC.
Yeah. Keith Jackson was the voice for some of it.
Really?
Yeah. Welcome to the Battle of the Network Stars.
That's not a bad Keith Jackson.
Howard Cosell, Gabe Kaplan, Linda Carter.
These were announcers? No, these are participants?
These are participants.
Cosell?
Cosell, yeah.
Oh, are you kidding me? It'd be like, if we did it now, it'd be like Feinbaum in it.
Gym shorts and a tank top.
Yeah. Feinbaum and they did it. One of them was the tube. You had to, in the pool, you
lay in the tube and have to back pedal?
And then it was a relay, though. So you'd have to get out and hand the tube to the next person who would jump in and pedal down.
Was this Sunday afternoons they would show this?
No.
Or Saturday?
Battle of the Network Stars, I think, was in prime time.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think it was, yeah.
Primetime TV, huh?
Right after Happy Days.
So that was that day's Bachelor.
1, 2, 3 o'clock.
Wow. God, that show was so bad.
1, 2, 3 o'clock.
You don't think Fonzie was a badass?
Did you like Ralph Malph, Dunaway? What an annoying character that was.
Least favorite character.
Potsy.
Okay.
I was a Richie Cunningham guy. That's why I ended up liking you. You were my Richie Cunningham early in life.
Richie Cunningham was on it. Ron Howard.
Of course he was. He was one of the biggest stars.
He was on the winning team. So it would go. The way they did it the first year was ABC against CBS against NBC.
Right.
And
that's the way it always was. Right?
Okay.
It's the three networks.
Yeah, well, I guess that makes sense.
According to
Fox
Keith,
didn't exist then.
According to Keith, Superstars, Keith and Tom, that Superstars came on, and they were the athletes.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so there's a random show. You guys, this is so random. I don't know if anybody ever watched it, but it was. I remember this on ESPN vividly, and I think it would air on Fridays maybe. But it was TV stars, and they would do skeet shooting. Do you guys remember that on ESPN? Yep. And listen, it had like a neon grid.
Oh, yeah.
And you would get points for which grid you would shoot it in. Yeah. I swear to you that used to air on ESPN.
Oh, yeah. I agree. I remember that.
I cannot remember the name of the show, but it was just TV stars skeet shooting.
I think it was called Shooting Stars.
That's what it should have been called, if not, but I think you're right.
Jim or not. Shooting Stars.
Shoot for the Stars. That's what I think it was called.
Ooh, that could be even better.
I have no idea.
I don't know, man. I'm never going to find it. But that show, I swear to you, used to air on ESPN.
It was not named the original one, Skeet, Shoot. It did not. No. That was not it. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. Precision Sports gets you back into the game whether you're a network star or not.
Dunaway, if you're a golfer, tennis player, or anything in between, let the specialist at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics guide your journey back to health. Our physicians have been caring for athletes and their families in 9 Birmingham metro areas. Our team of experts will work with you on a personalized treatment plan to get you back to health. Your greatest comeback starts here. Book an appointment online today at precisionsportsmedicine.com/comeback.
Speaking of television programming, all that to say the NFL is really screwing the NBA. They are taking over Christmas Day. Now, Christmas Day this year is a Sunday, right?
It is a Sunday.
That is the day NFL plays football. But in the recent years, the NFL has been placing a game on Christmas Day with great rating success. So this year, traditionally, when Christmas is on Sunday, they move all their games to the Saturday before and then open up Christmas Day, where the NBA's had one of their best television rating days. But not anymore, because the NFL says, we're going to keep putting games on the NFL on Christmas Day. And guess what? Now that it's a Sunday, not one game, not 2 games, but 3 games.
Yeah, and it's headlined by the Broncos and the Rams. We don't know what the other 2 games are, but 3:30 Central Time, Broncos-Rams will be on CBS and Nickelodeon.
Now, they can't continue to do this, though. The reason the NFL is doing this is because Christmas is falling on weekends in this part of our
but when it's on a Tuesday or Wednesday,
they're not going to do this when
that's
it's
not
midweek.
true. That's not true.
Oh,
I think they will keep a game.
You can't do it.
Okay, well, let's just see who's right. Well, mark this. It's now 11 after the top of the hour as we sit here in 2022. I think from this point forward, there will be 1 game on Christmas Day from now on.
I will bet you a steak.
No steak.
You were just pretty adamant there.
Not
I'm
everything
just
has
saying,
to be a steak.
Tuesday, Wednesday are the only days you'll never see the NFL play.
Except in the COVID shutdown.
I mean, we saw it all the time during the pandemic.
Well, if you're going to throw
extenuating circumstances. I don't think Christmas is extenuating circumstances.
The ratings are so huge.
Yeah, but here's the problem: is you got to give a team a bye that Sunday,
which
or the week after, and the buys you don't have buys that late in the season.
You're telling me some of the smartest sports minds in the world.
Teams don't have buys that late in the season. What's the latest buy? Is it week 13?
Probably. That sounds about right. Yeah, I mean, this is week 16.
This is week 16. A team can't wait that long for buys. I mean, do you know how?
And you can't play that short week.
Yeah, and there's no way they could play it if they played on Sunday.
What was the ratings last year, LT, on Christmas Day?
So Packers and Browns averaged 28.6 million viewers on Fox. It was the third most watched game of the 2021 season.
It's a good number, but do you know how often the NFL puts up good numbers?
By the way, that was on a Saturday, too.
Yeah. It does put up good numbers often, all the time. Yeah, it's, 79 of the top 100 shows every year is an NFL game?
If it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, I think you'll do it. I'm with Lance. Tuesday, they already do Thursday games, so Thursday's nothing, and Monday's nothing. But Tuesday and Wednesday, I just don't think they'll do it because it screws up your buys. A team's you can't give a team a bye in week 16 or week 15. But I think the latest bye is week 13.
Okay, let me ask you: if you play a game on the Sunday of week 15, we'll say,
okay,
and then you've got the Christmas Day game on Tuesday.
That's right.
And then you've got the Monday game.
Week 17, which is one of the most important weeks in the NFL.
Yep. And remember,
there would be no Monday game.
There's an 18 now. There's a week 18. Remember, we go 17 games. So then the week 17, you have the Monday night game.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Depends on how. You couldn't make them do a Thursday game. I don't know.
I mean, what's the difference between a Monday night game and a Sunday, which happens all the time? Or actually, we see Sunday to Thursday. What's the difference?
But I don't think any team ever play. Well, they do play Sunday to Thursday. They don't ever play Monday to Thursday.
Yeah, they don't, but they play Sunday to Thursday.
Right, and they hate that, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, one way you could do it is if they expand the season and do 2 byes, which there has been some discussion of that as the season has expanded, is giving these NFL teams 2 byes.
The Players Association's fighting for that, too.
Yeah. So, I mean, now that is, once you get to that point, now it's a possibility if you get the 2 bye schedule.
Later in the show, I have to write down here because I saw a story that which teams will have the most primetime games this year. We'll get into that later in the show. But do you think you've got the world champions playing on Christmas Day? Do you think that somebody has made a phone call and said, hey, Tom, do you mind playing on Christmas Day with Tampa Bay? Do you want to play on Christmas Day or not? I mean, it's either Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. Would you rather have Christmas Eve playing and have Christmas Day at home, or does it really matter at that point if you're having to do both?
I'd rather play Christmas Eve.
As we've learned today, Tom has been on the phone with Fox a lot of late, so maybe that has been discussed. I don't know.
And you guys know me. I
hate
like
this.
I like watching the Rams by myself, and Christmas Day is probably one of the worst days to be by yourself.
Yeah.
But for 3.5 hours,
you're going to need to be.
I'm going to be by
send
myself.
the family upstairs because I informed my wife yesterday that I got a gut feeling that Dolphins are playing the Lions in that early Thanksgiving Day game. And she says, so what does this mean for us? And I said, truth is probably
I'll meet
nothing.
you at the in-laws.
Yeah, truth is probably nothing. I'm probably going to sit there and try to watch the game while I'm eating Thanksgiving dinner with the family like we always do. That's an important meal. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah. It's a November game. How important can it be for you?
Yeah. I hope I'm wrong. But I'm kind of with Lance. I don't know that I would want my team playing. Well, I know I wouldn't want my team playing. But I tell you what, that Christmas Eve's not great either, and that's where everybody else is going to be.
I mean, Christmas Eve we do a lot in our house. When we have our little family tradition. We do a family meal together. We have Christmas candlelight service.
Yeah, the Christmas Eve service is one of my favorite services of the year.
Christmas Eve is more. By Christmas afternoon, we're almost to the point of we taking the trees down, or what are we doing?
I'll tell you what, I like the Christmas Eve. I don't know about you. I like the Christmas Eve candlelight service better than I do the Easter Sunday service. Of church services, I think Christmas Eve is my number one.
Yeah, somewhere in the Bible it told me not to rank my favorite services. But
I bet you can't find that.
Page 4.
Yeah, page 4.
Oh, it's in Leviticus.
Yeah, Corinthians.
Yeah, there's a lot in Leviticus that gets out there, right?
Oh, that's where Bible reading plans go to die. Deuteronomy and Leviticus. Like, really, am I going to read this?
Yeah. All right. So part of our show being brought to you today by our friends at Nichols Outfitters, and then we'll talk about the other thing that Brown brought up with Tom Brady and Fox. And Nichols Outfitter gets you dressed whether you're going to an outdoor hunting event on Christmas or not.
I'll tell you what they'll also do is buy your firearm. Maybe for Christmas one year or this year, you got a new hunting rifle or shotgun. Guys, this just occurred to me. I had a dream last night. It was the most bizarre dream. Wimp Sanderson and I were on a hunting trip.
And he was trying to name which gun.
No.
What were you guys
That's a
hunting?
rifle.
Good time.
Other.
We were hunting deer. We were on a deer hunting trip. So it's early in the morning. This is the most bizarre dream. Early in the morning, Wimp Sanderson and I get up to go hunting. And we end up at a...
What does Wimp look like in the morning?
Can you imagine?
Does he wipe off cold cream?
Was he dressed like Elmer Fudd?
Jacob Marley.
The ear flaps down. But Wimp was like teaching me to hunt. Like, we was being like real fatherly and teaching me to hunt. And we end up in this river, and it's like a whitewater rafting river. And we get swept away, and we're just being carried down the river. And
So now it's deliverance.
Yeah, it really is, Jim. And I've been whitewater rafting enough to know they teach you to feet up. Like when you get in the water, feet up so you don't get stuck on rocks. And I remember Whip saying, "What do I do, Brownie? What do I do?" And I'm like, "Coach, get your feet up. Get your feet up. You want to get your feet up." And then I woke up. What a bizarre dream that is.
Just you two.
It's me and Wimp out hunting. Well, somebody was fly fishing because I remember we got swept down the river and I had to go under his fly cast there.
His line?
His line. Yeah, I had to lift his line and go under it.
How often do you hunt when you're whitewater rafting?
Well, we weren't whitewater rafting. Our hunting, like we were trying to get to where we were going to hunt. We got in this water and got swept away. There was a creek or a river where
That's
we were
one
hunting.
dream fading into another.
Yeah. It's really weird.
What's the semblance of this, you think?
I don't know. Now, y'all think of what this symbolizes.
Passing of time.
That works for all of them, I think. Hey, if you got a new hunting rifle or shotgun you don't use anymore, Nichols Outfitters may be interested in purchasing it from you. Maybe you upgraded or you're soon to upgrade. Don't hang on to your old one. Let it collect dust or fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters will pay you for your old firearm. Drop by, talk to the team at Nichols about what they can get you for your firearm. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham. That's such a bizarre dream, I couldn't make it up. That legit, I dreamt that last night, and I'd forgotten it until I read the word rifle. And that's right, Wimp and I were hunting last night.
Greg from Pell City in the chat room watching on Facebook today. Well, we're now all on the edge of our seats waiting for 2024 when Christmas is on a Wednesday to see if they have an NFL game scheduled.
Passing of time. We'll be there soon.
Yeah. And Joni, so glad I found you guys. She's with us on Facebook today.
Hi, Joni.
Hey, Joni. You can watch us on YouTube as well. Remember to like and subscribe us wherever you watch us. YouTube, the Next Round channel. Also, you're watching us on Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, and follow us on Instagram. As always, thanks, Joni, and all of you for being with us today. One more quick note before we take our first break of the show today is Tom Brady has a job when he's finally done with football, which may be never, but eventually, much like Wimp going down the river with Brownie, time keeps passing.
Well, Fox has got to rebuild their main crew because Joe Buck and Troy Aikman have gone to Disney, to ESPN ABC, and they don't really have a play-by-play guy. I think the betting favorite is Kevin Burkhardt, and they certainly don't have an analyst. I saw speculation that this year it may be Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson, but that's just a placeholder at best. And we know it's a placeholder for the analysts because Fox announced today in their earnings call that Tom Brady has agreed to be their lead analyst after he retires from football. So it's going to be your lead analysts are going to be Herb Street, Aikman, Romo, and Tom Brady.
And what do you think Tom Brady will make out of the gate in that role?
If they used it in the earnings call, I bet a little bit of their profit. He's going to make a ton of money, about $15 million.
You think $8?
I'd say 15 to 20.
Million.
No, it'll be more than that. I'd say 15 to 20.
I'd say for his 15 to 20, yeah.
For his name, yeah, 15 to 20 million a year.
You got the GOAT in the booth.
Yeah,
man.
that's pretty amazing.
Yeah. So Tom Brady still quarterbacking the Bucs until he gets injured, and then he's off to Fox. All right, Rockstar, will you stand up and do me a favor? Will you spin the wheel? Let's go to the Hydra Live therapy camera. Will you spin the wheel? If it lands on...
Are we betting already?
No, if it lands on red, we will up... We've just done 21 minutes in the opening segment without mentioning the new NIL guidelines.
Okay.
If it lands on red, Rockstar, spin the wheel. Somebody spin the wheel.
All right, Rockstar's going to.
If it lands... This is the Hydra Live therapy camera. Quick look. Oh, it's on the camera. All you have to do is spin it.
Okay, if it lands on red, what?
Yeah, if it lands, spin it. If it lands on red, we will do the NIL story. If it lands on another...
Please land on something else.
We will not do it. Well, I mean, there's breaking news. Well, not breaking, developing news in the NIL. So red means we do NIL. If it's not red,
all right, something else.
We will do something else.
Something else. No NIL.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. It'll be a non-NIL story when we come back. Tell us about Odie's.
So exciting. Hey, if you're looking for a big-time lunch today, stop into Odie's Tavern, Birmingham Institution. Rodney Davis serving up great food for over 30 years. Burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Remember, tomorrow night, me and Rocky and Will Haver will be down there for Odie's Team Trivia. Join us, 8 o'clock for that. But stop in, inside or outside. Enjoy the great weather on that patio with ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. Stop in today, see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Wright want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Wright is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit, Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
You seen what these kids are doing now?
What's that?
They're mixing raspberry and lemonade flavors in their drinks.
Like, raspberry lemonade?
Nah, not like the kind we had. Better. It's all charged up. Got that bold Mountain Dew in it now. They're calling it Mountain Dew Spark.
Yup.
Seems like it's all about the flavor now. The flavor and the refreshment.
Yup.
If you'd have told me 50 years ago that we'd see kids drinking charged up raspberry lemonade flavored Mountain Dew Spark and making videos, twerking their hind ends, well, sir, I just flat out not believed you.
Yup.
It does taste mighty good though, don't it?
Yep.
You know, this Mountain Dew Spark is giving me a great idea.
What's that?
Think I'm gonna make a video, twerking my hind end.
Well, I guess you gotta do you.
Get bold with the raspberry lemonade flavor of Mountain Dew Spark.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
We will let you know about any NIL developing news as soon as the wheel tells us to. Until then, it is other stuff other than NIL. As we're 109 days away from week 0 of the college football season. Last night in baseball, Shohei Ohtani with 2 home runs against my Tampa Bay Rays, his first grand slam. And it was an 11-3 win for the Angels, who look legit right now. Baseball returns today, some really good series. Toronto and the Yankees, Blue Jays Yankees, 2 of the best teams in baseball, 6:05 tonight. And your Atlanta Braves back in action tonight. They host Boston, 6:20, that game on TBS. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services.
Hey, if something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to have Hemp Hill's number in your phone, 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
We have spent now about 10 shows, a little over 2 weeks, trying to figure out the growing persona and reputation of Will Levis, the quarterback of Kentucky. it seems every NFL mock draft for 2023 has Will Levis in the first round. Yesterday, a mock draft from CBS Sports had Will Levis number 1 overall in the NFL draft. I will say that again. Not just in the first round, number 1 overall, ahead of C.J. Stroud, ahead of Bryce Young, ahead of Will Anderson, ahead of everybody. Jim, it's number 1 overall. You don't have to read every name that's eligible. He's number 1 overall.
See, ahead of Bo Nix.
He's ahead of He's ahead of everybody, Brown.
Now, I will say in this one mock draft that I saw where he was number 1 overall, you know where they had Will Anderson?
Where? Second round?
No, number 6.
Yeah, number 6.
Yeah, that's hard to believe, right?
Well, it is.
Exactly.
I get Malik Willis this year is an answer to the question I'm about to ask. So I'm going to give you the answers before I ask the question.
Yes.
Malik Willis this year.
Who are quarterbacks I never thought would be projected in the first round.
Yeah. So, but how often does a quarterback get projected in the first round and not get drafted in the first round? Happens some. How often, when there's fairly unanimous agreement on a quarterback being a top 10 pick, does he not even get picked in the first round? How often does that happen, do you think? Like, I'm talking about when the McShays and Kuipers and Daniel Jeremiah, I haven't seen DJ weigh in on him yet. Yeah. I trust DJ more than any of these guys.
I will say, we could go back and look. I'm almost positive both Sam Howell and Matt Corral were in everybody's.
In their first round, but not their top 10.
No, in their top 10.
In their
Spencer
top 10.
Rattler before last year. Now he's at South Carolina, but he was a first round.
Yeah, but he hasn't hit the draft yet. So I'm saying normally if they're projected in fairly universally in the top 10, they don't fall all the way out of the first round. And I would be stunned if you had told me before anybody had the great Will Levis in a draft, I would have said, I don't think he's a first rounder. Dude, wouldn't you have said the same thing? Like, I don't think he's a first rounder.
You know what's amazing about this is the pressure now on Will Levis.
Oh, going into the season. Kentucky Sports Radio, Matt Jones and his crew, the GOATs up in Kentucky when it comes to a lot of things, including everything Kentucky athletics. Mark Stoops on the show with Matt Jones and Kentucky Sports Radio, KSR, on Will Levis and his rise in the mock drafts. Here's Mark Stoops explaining what's going on.
I think the fact that we really, promoted Will or, encouraged them to take a good look at him. We had him throw during Pro Day live in front of a lot of people, and that definitely caught a lot of people's eyes. And, I'm glad to see that come into fruition as well, at least getting that preseason hype because he deserves it. I have said that. I have said that to people, and you really didn't know, if they saw it that way or not. And it's nice to see all the, even though we know those things can change, but all the preseason, hype that he's getting as far as being a top 10. And I know this. I know Will. I know how motivated he is. And it'll drive him to see any quarterback pick in front of him because I believe he believes he could be the number 1 quarterback pick. And he has that kind of ability, and I think he's going to have that kind of year.
Mark Stoops on with Kentucky Sports Radio, Matt Jones and the crew. They're here the whole interview on their website.
Can I just be honest? Mark Stoops at the start of that sounded as surprised as the rest of us, honestly. It sounded like maybe that's the first time he had been told Will Levis was in the top 10 of a mock draft.
I think he would say that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm baffled at what's going on now.
But you see what happened is they changed the rules where Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud and Will Levis could throw at these pro days. So you come in for the Wandell show at Kentucky and Pro Day. You come in for Wandell Robinson. You want to pick him, playmaker for Kentucky. He wants his quarterback to throw to him. So Will Levis is throwing to him, and all those scouts are there. They're like, let me write this down here.
Which is one of those rules you look back on and you're like, well, that was a stupid rule to begin with. Why would you not let juniors throw at a pro day or underclassmen throw at a pro day? I mean, who cares, right?
That's right.
But you're right. It is going to start opening the NFL scouts' eyes to these guys because now I get to go evaluate them just like I'm evaluating because I know I may be picking quarterback next year or whenever it is.
I mean, looking at Kentucky quarterbacks, not that you've had any good quarterbacks lately, but is he going to have a better year than Andre Woodson had? A better year than Tim Couch had?
Well, Tim Couch was the overall number one. Yeah.
But Andre Woodson had him number 9 in the country. They were number 9 in the country hosting game day, right?
Yeah. I mean, I would also ask you guys, just randomly pulling a quarterback out. I mean, from what you've seen, better quarterback in college, Will Levis or Jake Coker?
Truthfully, they remind me a lot of each other.
Yeah, it's a bit unfair. Well,
because of surrounding talent.
Yeah. I mean, Coker had NFL guys all around him. I mean, Coker was handing off, if memory serves, to Derrick Henry, right? So let's start there. Let's start there.
I know this. If whenever the draft shakes out, and I am the highest ranked team that has a proven quarterback, a young proven quarterback, and I don't need one next year, the fact I'm going to be able to sit there and say, all right, I don't have to worry here at number 4 because these first 3 guys are going to take quarterback, and I can take Will Anderson with the 4th overall pick. I'm going to laugh my way to the Hall of Fame with that guy.
The last time we saw Will Levis out, and we had Luganville on the show yesterday, and he said, I had that bowl game against Iowa. Iowa had a good defense. I'll say that. But 17 of 28, 233, 1 touchdown, 1 pick, sacked 6 times. Just 2 more games from last year that stand out. Florida, he was 7 of 17 for 87 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. And then against Mississippi State, 17 of 28, 150 yards, 1 touchdown, 3 picks.
Yeah. Behind a usually pretty good offensive line at Kentucky.
With Chris Rodriguez in that backfield.
Again, I mean, am I overstating this? So you guys please tell me, and I'll shut up and I'll never say it again. If you say, I think you're overstating this, Brown. Okay? I trust you too.
Just with that disclaimer, I'm tempted to say that just for you to not say it ever again, but I'm going to be honest.
Jim is the most talented guy that I think I've ever worked with.
We stepped right into it.
I walked into that one. It's like Charlie Brown and Lucy. You got me again.
Pull the football out. Will Levis can't play to this level and them not at least be close to winning the East. Am I wrong about that?
No. I mean, it will come down to one game against Georgia. If he's
right.
I mean, that's what I was going to ask. There is some team success that goes with quarterback evaluation. I mean, RG3 wins the Heisman and goes in the NFL draft on a team that lost 3 games. Is that about right? His last Baylor team?
They won 10. I think they were 10-3.
Keep in mind, that's a good Baylor team back then. I mean,
They beat Oklahoma that year.
But they were 10-3. They lost 3 games. I mean, to me, that's sort of, I don't end up drafting a lot of quarterbacks off of, teams that are playing in the Birmingham Bowl. I don't do a lot of 6 and 6s. If you're in the Liberty Bowl, unless you're a group of 5 guy, I don't usually draft that quarterback.
But I could see like an overall number 1 or a top 10 quarterback that's just on a dynamic offense and they got crap for defense. And it's a track meet every game and we go 8-4 because I can only do so much at quarterback, right?
And that seemed to be that Baylor team. They scored a lot of points.
Certainly, was that the bowl game that was the track meet against Washington?
No,
was that a different year?
Yeah.
All right, anyway, so aside from that, that's not what Kentucky is, though. Mark Stoops isn't that.
No.
And that's why I say this, that with what I've come to expect from the Mark Stoops defense, and I'm pretty willing to say Mark Stoops can put that out there just about any year, I don't see how you would get this Will Levis without them competing with Georgia for the East, especially if Georgia is a shade off from where they were last year with all of their losses. Now, they may not be. They may be just as good or better.
A little bit more on that and your reaction in the chat room to Will Levis being the number 1 overall mock draft projected player, not just quarterback, in the 2023 draft at CBSSports.com if you want to check that out and hear more Mark Stoops on Kentucky Sports Radio on their website. We're getting ready for another Legion FC home game, not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday. They're back in action. That's the next match. So we're 8 days away from the next contest when the Legion takes the field, this time against the Las Vegas. If you're naming a soccer team from Las Vegas, Rockstar?
The Gamblers.
The Gamblers would be good. Nope,
I
not
like
correct.
Aces, but isn't that their WNBA squad?
I think it is. I think it is.
Aces would be good.
How about the Las Vegas Lights? The Las Vegas Lights come to town.
I would have still played off the cards.
Yeah, I'd rather go Spades or something.
Yeah, so Las Vegas rolls to town coming up a week from this Wednesday against our Birmingham Legion. Get your tickets, bhmlegion.com. Follow them on social media. Remember, it's Everybody Wins Wednesdays. You have special drink prices, ticket prices, food prices, bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com for all your details. Not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday down at Protective Stadium. Kerry says, oh, man, you guys, the disrespect for Jared Lorenzen.
Yeah, I should pull back. That is one of those guys that needs to be included in the conversation because Lorenzen actually had a better career than Andre Woodson.
Yeah, the hefty lefty.
Yeah.
Where was he drafted, though?
Probably 5th or 6th
Yeah,
round.
I mean, he
guessing.
wasn't a high pick.
Michael says, imagine if Will Anderson ended up with a team like the Rams with that defense they already have.
I mean, you guys probably wouldn't draft them, would you? With your defensive front you already have, would you spend a pick as great as Will Anderson
Yeah,
is?
I think they probably would.
They?
Yeah.
I mean, who are you cutting?
I don't think you can have enough defensive linemen.
Yeah. But, I mean, Will Anderson is it won't be as game-changing as Lawrence Taylor was to a position back when Lawrence Taylor did it. But he is that type of player projecting out right now as a guy who every time a team breaks the huddle, they'll be looking for Will Anderson, even on Sundays.
Well, to your point, if he plays anywhere close in the NFL to what he has done in college, he is the type of guy you got to scheme away from, no doubt. He's a Von Miller, not Aaron Donald, because Aaron Donald comes from the inside now. But he's that type of player, right?
And I think he is the guy you can book as a top 5 guy. Like anybody else, like even when you look at C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young, depending on quarterback needs and stuff. But I think Will Anderson, outside of an injury, he's a top 5 guy.
There are 4 primo positions in the NFL, and he's in one of those positions. Yep. So that's the type of guy that gets drafted in the top 5.
The abdominal throw man.
Yeah.
Patrick remembers that. Jaron Lorenzen right there. Great nickname.
He had so many good nicknames.
Okay,
God rest his soul.
Here's our lineup right now. Today's lineup being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka. Coming up at the top of the hour, Clay Travis, founder of Outkick. He'll be with us at 10 o'clock, hour number 2. Start of hour number 3, Chip Brown joins us from Austin, Texas, Horns 24/7. We'll talk to Chip about a variety of things, including some changing things, possibly in scheduling for conferences and their conference championship. That's at 11 o'clock. And at 12 noon today, we get Scooby Wright on the show, the character that is Scooby Wright. He joins us to start the final hour, linebacker for the Stallions of the USFL. We said yesterday on the show, the way this guy is playing right now, he could very easily find his way into an NFL camp soon to get back another shot at the National Football League. He is one of a kind, and we'll get Scooby Wright on the show with us to start the final hour. All that's coming up, brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka and Redmond Distilling.
Locally owned and operated, their aim at Redmond is clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite Simple Classic Gin, Vulcan Gin, also gluten-free, 8 times distilled. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka or Vulcan Gin.
All right, to the HydroLive Therapy camera. Rockstar making his way to the wheel again. Again, a red gets us NIL conversations. Rockstar is at the wheel. Hit it. Red, NIL in the next segment. Any other color, not NIL.
So for those that haven't picked up on this, there are 4 reds on this wheel, so it outnumbers every other color. So Jim is stacking the deck in favor of NIL.
No, any other color is not NIL.
Oh, it's going to hit red.
No.
Oh, did it stop, Rockstar? It stopped. All right. Good job, Rockstar.
So no NIL in the next segment. When we come back, hey, why don't we do 4 downs with no NIL conversation? That is next right here on the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Come out to Protective Stadium this weekend for 3 great days of USFL action. Friday night, the Panthers meet the Bandits. Saturday is Family Day. Meet all 8 mascots when the Breakers take on the Generals, and kids get on the field right before kickoff. Sunday's a doubleheader. 1 ticket gets you in to see Birmingham's own Stallions, and kids get a free Stallion plushie. Then stick around for the Maulers and the Gamblers. Tickets are just $10, and kids are always free.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and our Way to Wellness Challenge is over. And guess what? I won. After it was all said and done, I'd lost almost 45 pounds and over 5 points off my BMI in just under 3 months. And even since the challenge ended, I haven't stopped eating healthier, and I've now lost over 50 pounds. If you want to make an incredible change in your life today, head over to aplanforme.com and get in touch with Leslie and the crew to learn more. They'll help you get on a better track for your health, just like they did for all of us here at the Next Round. That's aplanforme.com for our friends at Way to Wellness.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Remember, we're in Atlanta for SEC Media Days coming up July 18th through the 21st. We'll be a lot of places before then, but that's sort of the unofficial kickoff to the college football season. Not too far away, July 18th to the 21st. Tomorrow, we're actually out at Greystone, a live road show from 9 to 1. That's right, the whole show's out there, right? 9 to 1 tomorrow?
Yep.
So we're there for the Pro-Am Day at the Regents Tradition, a major on the Champions Tour. So we'll be out there at Greystone tomorrow, 9 to 1. If you're out there, come by and see us. We'll be around the 10th hole, the 10th tee. So come by and see us and watch the show as usual. We'll be there 9 to 1. Rockstar, I think, on the road with us, right?
Well, that is being tested today. There's a technology test today. If it goes well, Rockstar, we got a fun thing we're going to do with Rockstar tomorrow.
All right. All that
you'll want to see.
Tomorrow here on the show, 9 Central starts us off on a Wednesday. Poll questions every day brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment, LT.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment with us since day one here on the Next Round, and they are proud to partner with us, and they would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, cowan.com.
You know, yesterday we asked the question. This, I think, turned out a lot closer than you guys would think, and one great response, by the way. Better career, Tony Gwynn or Billy Joel? 51% said Billy Joel. 49% said Tony Gwynn.
I voted Tony Gwynn.
I voted Tony Gwynn.
The response that made me laugh last night was, Max, Billy Joel got to sleep with Christy Brinkley every night. Enough said.
There's an old saying about waking up every day next to a supermodel, right?
What is that saying?
Eventually,
someone's going to get bored.
Somebody gets bored.
Tony Gwynn was on the road 81 nights a year.
Well, I find you very attractive.
Hey, little lady, is heaven missing an angel?
I'm about to see first base, if you know what I mean.
He didn't hit many doubles, though.
It was a single. He was a singles hitter. Yeah.
Yeah, Billy Joel at least rounded second once.
I think heaven's missing an angel.
I think Billy ended up, this is a true story, ended up so
bald, chunky, and...
Well, he did. That is a true story, yeah.
No, but he... somehow musically, his best friend was involved with him early, and Billy ended up sleeping with his best friend's girlfriend.
I think I've heard that, yeah.
Yeah, and then she left his best friend for Billy.
Yeah.
This was pre-Christie.
Means that wasn't really Billy's best friend.
He
may
have
have
shot,
said
didn't
that.
he?
Huh?
He had to be a big shot, didn't he?
And Billy was a professional fighter for a little bit, boxer.
Yeah.
But the other dude knocked Billy out.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
Probably after a bottle of red, a bottle of white, in an Italian restaurant.
That's a terrible song.
It really is.
I can't believe the Sopranos put it in their in one of their episodes.
Why? It's about an
they
Italian
were going
mob
to
and wine.
Billy Joel concert, but
let's do 4 Downs today. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 4 locations and a new one coming to Pell City very soon. Shout out Pell City.
yes, take that vehicle by any of those 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more for you and your family. Bumper to bumper, anything you need. Again, 4 locations and online VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
If hell, Rockstar, was coaching one Power 5 college football team, where would your Hades be?
Lance, I've spent no time in Kansas. I gotta think Lawrence, Kansas is a better place to live than Piscataway, New Jersey.
Yes. Yeah,
Would
Lawrence fun.
Okay.
Yeah, Lawrence is a lot
So
of fun.
I guess my hell would be Piscataway. My Hades would be Piscataway, New Jersey.
Okay. So Rutgers for you, coaching Rutgers for you, Division 1, Power 5.
Power 5.
Hades of coaching football. If you had to do it for 10 years.
Oh, boy, there was probably a time you would have said Manhattan, Kansas.
Yeah.
Or Ames, Iowa.
But I can squeak 8 or 9 wins out of there.
You can.
What's life like in Lubbock?
Well, Mike Leach probably didn't care for it.
I had a really good friend who went to school there. He had a good time.
Well, I tell you what, I have driven through that part of Texas.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Not a lot out there.
I think Brown might be onto this. Piscataway might be your place.
But it's fairly close to New York City. I don't know if that's a plus or a minus.
Well, my friend Lauren Sisler went to school there, and she loved it. And she talked about they could go into the Big Apple. Like we go out on the town and we go to Birmingham or Nashville.
It just being in New Jersey, which I've been there before, it's just so different. And you have to coach in Piscataway, and you're coaching Rutgers.
Yeah, tough job.
Second down.
Which NFL team, when the schedule's released Thursday, not named the Rams, will get the most prime time games? Obviously, Los Angeles market and defending Super Bowl champs, the Rams will get the most prime time games. Who will be second?
I will say Buffalo.
You'll say Buffalo.
Buffalo's got
We
great
already know
fans.
they've got one.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people believe Buffalo best team in football.
Traditionally, Dallas gets a lot. But
yeah, they do.
Not everybody's projecting greatness for the Cowboys.
But if you go back and look at last year's TV ratings, I think 5 of the top 10 regular season games involve Dallas, which is pretty crazy to think about in the NFL because there's so many major markets in the NFL. But 5 of the top 10 involve Dallas.
But I would bet they also was Dallas, Tampa, Dallas, L.A. I bet they were involved in those.
Yeah, but I mean, when half of them involve one team, there's a reason the networks keep going back there, right? So it probably is Dallas, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think it's Dallas too. But I mean, with Tom Brady back, the Buccaneers will get some prime time. The Bills will. We'll have
Chiefs
that schedule
will.
coming out on Thursday.
Third down.
We've got the Stallions and all the USFL names back, and we've talked about how the retro names, bringing those back from the 80s league, really made this restart feel a lot more comfortable to all of us. If I say best sports franchise name no longer in existence, not named the Houston Oilers.
Okay.
Because that would be everybody's answer.
Yeah,
Uniform
and
name, Houston Oilers. Which franchise is it?
Maybe the Expos.
That's what there's a growing love of getting the Montreal Expos back.
Yeah, I mean, I always liked the uniforms. There was something about a Canadian team back in the day.
So Montreal Expos for you. They turned into the Nationals.
They did.
But there's talk of one day getting a team back in Montreal.
You know, one of the first teams canceled ever was the Washington Bullets.
That's true. They had to change the name.
Had to change their name because of the shootings in the D.C. area.
And has that decreased since they changed
the
their
shootings?
names?
Has not.
No, really? That didn't help?
Ended up not impacting it at all.
They just actually increased.
That's really weird that changing a team name didn't stop all that. That's so odd.
Forrester goes Hartford Whalers.
Yes, Forrester is right about this.
Old WHA
I was going to say
team.
Supersonics, but he's right. The Hartford Whalers.
One of my
Supersonics is mine.
T-shirts. You guys remember I had a Quebec Nordique
You
T-shirt?
did. I always liked that.
With the Fleur-de-lis on it.
Yeah. It was fantastic.
Yeah,
it was a great shirt.
It got bleached.
Oh, dear.
But that was a cool logo.
We got the Quebec Nordiques back. No, we don't, do we?
No.
I've got a good Hartford Whalers shirt too. That's a great logo. Yeah, just a classic logo.
Where did the Nordiques go? Colorado? They became the Avalanche?
Or Phoenix?
The Coyotes?
I think the original Winnipeg Jets went to Phoenix.
I think Jim's right about that. I think they became the Avalanche.
Yeah.
I don't miss the Jets, by the way.
And the Whalers became the Hurricanes, right?
Yes. John Lunsford from the back row, R.I.P. the Atlanta Thrashers, worst name ever.
I like the Atlanta Flames better back in the day. And they went to Calgary.
I saw a Flame shirt yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I had a Calgary Flame shirt as a kid, but never the Atlanta Flame shirt.
Yeah. Jim Craig, the Olympic goalie
Cover of
from
SI.
1980, was an Atlanta Flame.
Cover of SI as an Atlanta Flame.
How about that? One more.
Fourth down.
Happy birthday to Bono of U2.
It's like a question mark. Bono?
Do I pronounce it right?
Yes.
Bono. I think he's 62. Have to look on.
You have it in front of you. I don't know.
It's on my next round live morning rounds there. And also happy birthday to Chris Berman, who is 67. Tick. Back.
Yeah.
All of his
are we
stuff.
going to ask?
No, not better
Okay.
career.
All right.
More Americans know the name Bono or Chris Berman?
Bono. Yeah.
Seriously.
Oh, yeah.
It's that easy?
That easy.
Bono over Chris Berman?
Arguably one of the greatest bands of all time. Well, not arguably, certainly one of the greatest bands of all time.
3 out of 4 people know Bono.
Yeah.
And
If I ask
probably
my
1
wife,
out of 4 know
if you
Chris
ask your
Berman.
wives, you think she know who Chris Berman? My wife has
My
no
wife
idea who Chris
would.
Berman.
But
My
if you
wife
ask
would.
my dad, he don't know who the hell Bono is.
He doesn't.
He'll first. Is he an American? That'd be first thing. Does he drink Budweiser?
He
Those
won
have been
it.
my dad's first 2 questions.
He won ours.
Yeah. Does he cover any George Jones? That'd be his 3rd question. He doesn't know, but he knows who Chris Berman is. I guarantee you. Bono or Berman?
Oh, it's not even close.
Okay, not even close. And that's 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations for you and your family. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Remember, 5th location in Pell City coming soon. We'll give you more information when we have that. For more information on our guys at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, go online, vulcantireandauto.com.
If you just put out, don't put Bono of U2. If you just put out, who do you know more, Bono or Chris Berman?
We're a sports show, and I bet you Bono still wins it.
If you just put the word Bono out there, you don't preface it with U2.
Who's more known, Bono or Chris Berman? That's the poll.
And would people rather hear an interview with Bono or Chris Berman?
Bono.
I would love to hear Chris Berman interviewing Bono. Back in a moment, right here on the next round.
It's a great song.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWG2022.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
One thing was happening in the hallway up here during the break that I cannot stand. Somebody had one of those ear pieces in and was just walking up and down without holding
He does
a
it all
phone,
the time.
just talking up and down the hallway. And I was like, cannot stand that.
Did he do the, just buy 10,000 shares. I mean, the money is in the account. Did he do that one?
No.
It's bit, bro. It's bit.
Yeah, man. Let's go. All the Bitcoin we can get, man. Load up on it. Price is low right now.
It's plummeted is the headline I
It
saw.
has, by the way.
Plummeted.
Yeah. It'll bounce back. Always does.
It always does. Now's the time to buy, right?
Yeah. I mean, buy the dips, man. Buy the dips.
Buy everything right now.
That's what you want me to do, Brown, because you already own it. It bounces it back up. More value for you. I don't play your pyramid game.
Hey, you need to get that Barefoot Good Summer Lawn with Wayne's, and right now they're offering you a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. Same thing we got. It's the only company we trust on this show for our pest control, our termite control, for our yards. Wayne's. And we've got that 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. You can get the first month free when you use the code TNR for the Next Round. That helps us and it helps you save. You're going to do that when you call 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Let them create your happy place with that Barefoot Good Summer Lawn. First month free when you use the code TNR at 866-WAYNES-1. Clay Travis with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Clay. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Fantastic. Thanks a lot. Do you deal in crypto? Do you own any Bitcoin?
No, I only buy things that I understand.
Yeah.
And I don't. I mean, I understand in theory the idea behind crypto, but I'd rather buy things like I buy S&P 500 index funds with the vast majority of my investable money because over time most investment advisors are outperformed by S&P 500 index funds. And for those who don't know, that's just a fund that invests in the 500 largest companies basically in the United States. And so you're basically betting on the United States and also the global economy to a certain extent. Over time, you're going to make 9 or 10%. Now, obviously, the Joe Biden administration has not been as kind as a lot of other regimes are. So I don't know how much lower the stock market is going to go. But in general, I try to invest in things that I understand. Now, I understand sports gambling, and sports gambling stocks are getting absolutely hammered over the last year or so. So even sometimes when you understand a business, doesn't mean that people are going to value it like you do in the short term.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. DraftKings at $40, I thought was a steal. What are we down to? $11?
Yeah.
Why is it taking such a beating? Why do they think, Clay, that it's taking a beating?
I think they overspent, right?
Well, I mean, the balance. The reason why I bought today more DraftKings is because right now the company, and I don't have the stock market open in front of me, but LT's right. It's around $11 a share, a little bit under, I think, an all-time low. They are the number 2 market share for sports gambling in the entire United States. FanDuel is number 1, DraftKings number 2. So I don't believe, based on my understanding of the economics, that you could invest $5 billion, which is their market cap right now, and end up with a valuation and end up with the second biggest market share for $5 billion. That is, I think it's incredibly difficult to replicate the existing market share that they have. So if you believe, as I do, in the long-range future of sports gambling as a decent business in this country, then you want to own, just like if back in the day you'd been like, hey, I believe in the future of soft drinks, you want to own Coke and Pepsi, right? And I think right now FanDuel and DraftKings are the Coke and Pepsi of the sports gambling universe. So I'm going to continue to buy and think on a horizon of 5 to 10 years as opposed to a horizon of 5 to 10 months. It's challenging, but I try not to look at daily valuation because if you look at daily valuation, it's a little bit like in a sports analogy. Do you remember in Moneyball when Billy Beane said he didn't like to watch the games because he was more likely to respond emotionally to them? He just liked looking at the numbers and analyzing the analytics. I think that's honestly the best advice you can give somebody who's investing in the stock market. Look at it monthly, look at it every 6 months. If you're making the right decision, by and large, you're going to turn out well. Sometimes you can overthink things.
Clay Travis is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Clay, a big game, Broncos-Rams announced for Christmas Day. We had a huge rating success last year on Christmas Day. I said in the first segment today, I think that's bad news, for the NBA, that the NFL has found such great success on Christmas Day with huge numbers. And I believe, even if it's a Tuesday or Wednesday, that we will have a Christmas Day NFL game from this point moving forward. These two disagree with me. Tell me why I'm wrong.
I don't know what the answer is going to be. I'm not sure what is permissible or impermissible under the NFL Players Association guidelines. But I agree with you in concept that Christmas Day should be owned by the NFL like Thanksgiving Day is owned by the NFL. So I wouldn't cede that day to the NBA. I just wouldn't. I think that the NFL is way more popular than the NBA. I think they could easily take over that day. Maybe the NBA ends up having to bump the games to Christmas Eve. I've thought for a long time there should be more sporting events on Christmas Eve. We used to have, maybe we still do, what's the Hawaiian Bowl?
Yeah, Aloha Bowl, yeah.
Yeah, the Aloha Bowl is always, it feels like, played on Christmas Eve. And I understand there's lots of people who are busy, but I also know there's lots of people at home who aren't that busy that would watch that just because there's a lot of captive eyeballs inside of homes on Christmas Eve. So I think whenever there's lots of people at home, you should go after the audience that's there. So I'd be on your side, Dunaway. I'm just not sure whether there are complicating factors in, for instance, the NFL Players Association deals that make scheduling, and I don't mean having to play a game, because we've certainly seen games have to be played on non-traditional days. I mean actually schedule one. To what extent is that permitted?
We used to say the best job in sports was backup quarterback in the NFL. Chase Daniel, I think, is probably the leader of all time. I think he made $35 million, Lance, somewhere in that neighborhood, being a career backup. The best job in all of sports right now, though, I am convinced, is the lead analyst for an NFL broadcast on one of the major networks. Tom Brady today, it's announced, is going to Fox. I know you've praised the move. Everyone has praised the move. I mean, I'll be stunned, Clay, if he's not making somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 million a year, which is what quarterbacks used to make to actually play the game, not just talk about it.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the best job in all of sports is soon to be starting quarterback in the NFL. Now, you have the physical danger. Look at what happened to Alex Smith. But the rise of NFL overall revenue, we're going to see guys making $100 million a year to be quarterbacks. And that is really pretty unbelievable. And I don't know that the NBA salaries, for instance, are as sustainable as the overall popularity of the NFL. Same thing with Major League Baseball, hockey, whatever else. I think the danger at the quarterback position is certainly substantial. But when you're talking about $100 million a year, I still probably think long range that the ability to play baseball forever and not really get most of the time very significantly injured. Golf at a high level is also a pretty incredible job to have in the world of sports, because you're constantly getting to travel around wherever you go to the best part of every city or every country, which is typically where the best golf courses are. So that job wouldn't stink too much. But, if you're the kind of guy who doesn't like to travel that much and you want a relatively short season, I mean, you're only on the road for 8 or 9 nights for the entirety of an NFL season. Usually the teams fly in on Saturday, stay in a hotel on that Saturday, go play their game, and fly back on a Sunday. There's not a lot of money to be made at other positions necessarily the same level as quarterback. But, yeah, if you're a great quarterback, you get extended into the future and become a billionaire, like I would imagine Peyton Manning and Tom Brady are both going to be if they aren't already.
I saw one of your recent tweets. I didn't believe it. Then I remembered it's 2022. I didn't get a chance to read the story, but Virginia couple flips coin to decide last name.
Yeah.
That's really a true story.
It's not 2 men or 2 women, right? Where there would be like, okay, well, what do you do? I don't even know the answer to that. When gay couples get married, it's a man and a woman. And I can't think of any more emasculating move, honestly, that you could do at a wedding than flip a coin to give up your name.
It's amazing.
It really is.
I don't know that I would attend. I've got 3 boys. I don't know that I would attend the wedding if one of them told me that they were flipping a coin to decide what the last name of the couple was going to be. And I would definitely disown them. I mean, I'd be like, all right, your third of the family money is going to your 2 brothers who are willing to actually carry on the Travis family name.
Did she let him?
I was thinking.
Did she let him do a gender reveal before the first dance?
I mean, if that guy's not getting a DNA test if they end up having a kid, then I don't know what he's thinking in his life, because I just can't imagine that there are that many women that want to marry these emasculated men. Like, I mean, even if you are the father of the bride, aren't you just kind of like, I got to be careful here. What a pussy willow this guy is to be giving away his family name potentially on a coin flip.
Who won the coin flip? Do we know?
I think I didn't even. I was so.
It was probably a 2-sided coin, I'm sure.
Yeah. Heads and heads.
It was 2 tails.
the fact that you would ever agree to that is the indictment. No, the result is just happenstance, but the fact that you would ever agree to that is just, it's honestly just a sign of the continued destruction of masculinity.
But LT always says there's a dollar figure for everything. If you had met this woman that was a billionaire.
There's a dollar figure.
That's a great question.
Well, there is a dollar figure.
I don't know.
You're in a different place now. You're in a different place. We're grinding.
I'm talking about when I was 25. Like, if it would have to be, I don't even know what I would have to have gotten paid to be willing to. I guess if you're,
$25 million, you do it.
But you know the old adage, and I have known some people that were in this situation.
The problem is here, LT. You are basically selling your soul to the family of your wife.
That's right.
And eliminating your individuality. So, I understand the concept of, I really think, what argument do you ever win for the rest of your life? I understand there's some people who don't mind being, basically under the thumb of the opposing, the other family because they happen to be wealthy. I would find that I honestly don't know how much money you'd have to pay me to do it. And the fact that you would think that you could buy my last name would actually be insulting to me on such a level that
it's true.
It would have to be some situation where, like, if you had 6 brothers and this guy was like, look, this family name matters so much to me. Let me tell you the story of my grandfather who, came to the beaches of Normandy and you would have to be basically buying in to the story of their family at the exclusion of the story of your own family. So I just think that would be really a challenging decision to make.
One thing I can guarantee is he's not having a bachelor party.
She's going with him.
I'm not even sure that guy is the, he may be getting screwed as opposed to screwing on his wedding night.
You've heard the old adage, you marry somebody for their money, you end up earning every dime of it. And
yeah, look, and I don't get, certain decisions that are being made like this. And can you imagine? If you are LT, if your son gets married and you're Dunaway, I think you got a son. Brown, do you have a son?
I got 2 daughters. Right? Yeah, I got 2 daughters.
That's what I thought.
Rockstar's got a son now.
Rockstar, congratulations, by the way. I just can't imagine sitting there on the front row watching a coin spiraling in the air to find out whether or not my grandkids are going to have my last name.
I know. What if it's your only son? You're like,
spiraling.
This is the end of the line. Yep. It went ahead. It's the end of the line.
Who knows? It might be the poor bastard's only son.
That's right.
I've got 3 boys at least, so I've got the ability to roll the dice here. One of the 3 I would think would have a good chance of having a son.
My son would be staring me in the eyes while the coin was in the air saying, I told you, you bastard. I get your back.
And by the way, what about the guy, if he only had daughters and his family name was going out the other way? How much is he rooting for that coin on the flip side?
Hey, by the way, this is a great television show. You should shut up now and sell it to Fox.
Yeah, it is good.
It's a great TV show.
Talk about an upset. That dad's been like, man, I only had daughters. My family name's going to run out. And then suddenly his daughter comes to him and he's like, you're not going to believe this, but we're flipping a coin to find out what the last name of our kids are going to be. And he's like, you talk about an unbelievable, that's a Hail Mary of all Hail Marys for that guy. And then he's sitting there, on the exact opposite side of the equation, watching that coin spiral through the air about whether or not his family name is going to continue.
Yeah, he feels good about paying for the wedding at that point.
Oh, no doubt.
No doubt.
All right. That's amazing. Clay Travis, at Outkick Founder, at Clay Travis on Twitter. Clay, thank you for the time. Have a great week. It's always fun talking to you.
Yeah, y'all have a good week as well. I'll see you.
All right, buddy. Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Hey, our friends at Sanford Baseball, man, they got a fun thing coming up out at the Hoover Met as we get ready for the SEC tournament later this year. But it's baseball ready out there, and Sanford's taking advantage of this.
Yeah, the spring swing underway, and May 17th, it's going to bring Auburn to the Hoover Met to play Sanford. Gates will open at 5 o'clock. First pitch is at 6 o'clock. Tickets are just $15, and they're available at this website, and we've tweeted it out from Next Round Live, and it's on all our social media, Facebook, Instagram as well, at Next Round Live. But here's the website, reserve.imclutch.com/Sanford Swing. I'm going to read it again, reserve.imclutch.com/Sanford Swing. It's Auburn and Sanford May 17, Hoover Met.
All right, so that's next week, a week from tonight. Tonight at the Hoover Met, defending national champs Mississippi State in town to play Samford.
Mark Newton, whoever thought of this over at Samford? Such a Bo Kerr, I don't know who it was. I don't know who to give credit to. Brad Radice, I don't know. Such a smart idea, though.
Well, let's go Bo and Mark Newton, and Radice will have it covered for us.
Okay.
He'll let us know what's going on.
But such a smart idea to get these teams to come in here and get an early look at the Hoover Met. They're going to play a midweek game anyway. Why not get a little comfortable look at the Hoover Met while you're at it?
Yeah.
Smart idea on their part.
Yeah. Samford doing that. So tonight, Mississippi State's in town.
Maybe the only game State plays at the Hoover Met this year.
And then Auburn next Tuesday night, all with Samford out there. We will be excited for the SEC baseball tournament when they get to town. Alabama's at Jack State tonight. Troy's at Auburn tonight. Alabama and Auburn play each other this weekend. Tonight starts the SEC softball tournament. Auburn doesn't play until Wednesday. They play Missouri. Winner gets Alabama on Thursday. Single elimination with the softball down in Gainesville. You can hear our conversation with the one and only Montana Fouts, brought to you by our friends at Summit Tree Stand. Right now, podcasted at nextroundlive.com, or you can go watch that interview every week right there on YouTube. Remember to like and subscribe. Last night, not only did I beat Lunsford in poker, Nashville, his hockey team got eliminated. Shocked
My God, dude. Keep hitting. Go ahead.
Shocked that Colorado swept Nashville. The only
you going to tell them no more Marvel movies coming up?
Marvel has gone bankrupt.
Dunaway's all of a sudden Dunaway's that sledgehammer. He just keeps hammering on Lunsford's shins.
Well, it's just a theme. I'm just continuing a theme,
know.
like Rockstar spinning the wheel again in a second.
Right.
We'll
All
do
right.
that again in a second.
Get ready, Rocky.
But Colorado beat Nashville. They swept them. All these other hockey series are basically 2-2 or 3-1. There's all up for grabs except for that one. Such a great hockey town in Nashville, and they're 4 games and out. Boom.
Yeah, and we remember, was it 3 years ago where everybody was on the Predator bandwagon?
Everybody was a Predator fan.
Was it 19? Is that right, Lunsford? 2019?
He said 18.
Okay,
18. Yeah.
Boy, time flies.
Yeah, but it was everybody, even in our area, were going crazy about the Predators. Such a good hockey town, and their bounce from the Stanley Cup. 4 more games tonight, including my Lightning on the road in Toronto. That series is tied 2-2. In case Lunsford doesn't know, series can go longer than 4 games.
Gosh, almighty.
Best of 7.
Best fans in all the sports get to go home.
Yeah, they're at home. They're at home. All right, Rockstar, time to spin the wheel. Hydra Live Therapy Camera live again. As Rockstar makes his way over there, he'll be spinning the wheel. If it lands on red, we will do the NIL stories. If it does not, if it lands on any other story, color.
Rockstar has done everybody a favor thus far.
He gave it the whole Price is Right spin just now. Rockstar, you're out of camera. Go.
Yes.
No, Rockstar did it.
It's yellow, right? Yellow.
Yeah, it's yellow.
Is it yellow? Did it pass?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank goodness.
So no NIL update, even though there's massive NIL news, but you're not getting it from us.
Do you want to talk about it?
He's itching to talk about it.
No, it's just massive news, but we're not going to talk about it.
Here's what's happened. Let me just pull the curtain back. He came in and pitched, and Jim's right, it is big news, but Lance and I both had the same reaction. NIL has become Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame and steroids in baseball for me.
Yep. But Rockstar does need an app, so.
But occasionally, I'm sitting here this time of year, and I'll go through a topic, and I'll bring it up, and I'll get from over here. Occasionally, I'll get a. And meanwhile, over here, I've got a. And I'm like, well,
What's
that?
You doing the TV?
Changing the TV channels.
We've got one frozen right now.
And meanwhile, I'm sitting here going, well, that topic sucks. I got to mark this one off. Don't bring that one up again.
By the way, what that's frozen on is one of the dumbest things. That cannot be true, that headline.
No, it is true. The guy said it. You want to do that next?
We'll read that dumb headline
that is
frozen
idiotic.
on TV3 when we come back. And Rockstar's viewing menu. Stay with us. It's next.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
We all see what's going on with supply chain problems. Grocery store, gas station, hardware store, the one-time supply chains are not a problem when products are made in the United States. That's where Red Wing Shoes has an advantage. Red Wing Shoes has been making footwear in the USA for more than 100 years. That American quality doesn't come alone. It comes with excellent customer service. Using a 3D scan, the Red Wing team will measure your feet to ensure a great fit. You've always wanted to try the best, and you deserve the best. Visit your local Red Wing Shoe store in Trussville and Pelham.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Back with you on the Next Round as we roll on. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light Next, brewed for what's next. 0 carbs, 80 calories. Remember that good-looking can right there? That's what it looks like. That great blue and light blue and white coloring by the pool, on the golf course, down at the golf on the lake. It's Bud Light Next, wherever you buy beer. It's LTD&B, Rockstar Forester, and Lunsford. We're all from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio, presented by our friends at Bud Light today. And we are about to get Rockstar's viewing menu and do our spotlight. Everyone is still jumping in about several things in the chat room, including Lunsford in the video, pounding his knee with a sledgehammer.
Hurts every time I watch it.
Was there ever a feel? Here it is again for those that did not watch through the commercial break. We roll videos and and such during commercial. If you're listening to us audio only, we always invite you to go and like and subscribe our YouTube channel, and also on Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter. We're a show with 6 cameras and a lot of video involved in the show, and you see a lot of stuff during commercial breaks, including our own John Lunsford at the Predators game with a sledgehammer pounding an Avalanche car, and then much like in real life, the Avalanche hitting back and nailing him in the knee there.
Yeah.
And the Predators, they got rid of the four games.
Yep, they got hammered, if you will. And so it's a painful thing to watch there every time. And I think he's lucky that he did not tear an ACL.
I would agree.
The way that knee bends back.
Oh, so hard.
For instance, John Morant's injury did not look half as bad.
No. The Jordan Poole grab of the knee, and Lunsford took a sledgehammer to the knee.
Meanwhile, Lunsford still shows up at work. Sony Michel going back to work. He's now a Miami Dolphin. You like it or not?
I mean, I asked Lance because he was a Ram most recently, and Lance said excellent pickup for the Dolphins.
Yeah,
now, the Dolphins running back room's loaded.
He was a good contributor, and that's what Mike McDaniel wants. When you look at San Francisco, when they were so good 3 years ago en route to playing in the Super Bowl, they could run the football, and it was different guys every game. And so Sony Michel was actually, believe it or not, the Rams' leading rusher last year because of the Cam Akers injury.
Now, what I hated about what the Dolphins did under Brian Flores is they signed like a bunch of 150-pound running backs. I mean, we had the smallest set of running backs in the NFL.
The old Terry Bowden Auburn running back bill.
Very much, very much. And hopefully this is a departure from that.
Well, and Michel is a former first-round guy. Look, outside of Edelman, had the best Super Bowl in Super Bowl 53 against the Rams.
I'm excited about this. Yeah.
Also, the 2 main designers for the Rams championship rings. Did you see? It's Odell and Vaughn. Beckham and Von Miller are the 2 main designers of the rings. Jalen Ramsey, Aaron Donald contributing as well.
Bet it won't be gaudy at all.
Well, it's one of the best jewelers in the world who makes his home in Beverly Hills. Is a guy. He's a big Rams fan. He's the one that has volunteered to design it. And those are the guys who are contributing to the design there.
Well, Odell's got purple hair half the time. Jalen showed up in a yellow Ferrari wearing a Matador suit for a game.
So you think it's going to be a little loud?
I think it's going to be loud. I think it's going to be really loud.
I mean, it can't be any more out there than the Braves one. That Braves one is one of the craziest rings I've ever seen.
Sooner or later, they got to come back to earth a little bit, don't they? I mean, they're getting too big.
The Braves one opens, and it's got a little stadium inside of it with LED lights. This is over the top.
Party.
This is over the top as I've ever seen.
You open it up, and it's got little people.
It's a Fabergé egg.
I mean, it's crazy.
All right, Rockstars View Menu every day, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Hey, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or online danielmooreart.com. And don't forget, submit your T-shirt design and win. It's as simple as going to nextroundlive.com. Shoot us that design. It is brought to you by New Life Art.
7:15 on Thriller Max. There was this. I watched the Locked Up Abroad on this story. I don't know if have you ever heard of the Devil's Double?
No.
It was in, I can't remember the year, but it's a true story. Iraqi soldier Latif Yahia is selected to be a body double for Saddam Hussein's ruthless son Uday. But things get tense when Latif finds himself increasingly drawn to Uday's ravishing mistress. It's a true story.
I have actually heard of that now.
But now there's debates on if this guy was lying or not. But you're like, you know who you look like? Saddam's ruthless son, Uday. Would you do public appearance as him?
Body double so Uday doesn't get killed.
Yes, that's right.
But then he falls in love with Uday's old lady.
Yes.
One of them, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yeah, but one of Uday's old ladies, I don't know if you saw this, they put honey on her and fed her to dogs.
Yeah, he was a bad dude. Like when the when the soccer team did bad, Uday punished them very severely. So it's just to have that, like, shut up, don't tell me, stop saying that I look like him, okay? No, but you look just like him.
Yeah.
So it's called the Devil's Double. And then 920.
What were some alternate titles for that?
Go ahead with the Uday joke. I know you got one.
Uday say we can't win.
Oh my God.
Awful.
You did stand up one time, right?
I did
for
24 minutes.
Uday say we can't win.
That's the subtitle. And then 9:20 on HBO 2. If you got 4.5 hours, The Batman is on with Robert Pattinson.
I still haven't finished. You know what's weird is it's on HBO Max, but when I go back to start it, it's like, do you want to purchase for $20?
They get the HD experience or something like that.
I don't know what's going on, so I can't figure it out.
Got to log back in, probably.
So I watched a third of it, but I haven't seen
Do
the
you now that we're in the viewing menu, do you think they'll make a movie about this old boy that escaped with that girl that was
Casey White and Vicky White?
I mean, what a weird story, man. What a way for that old lady to go out.
I don't think they were out long enough for it to turn into a movie.
Well, I don't know. They were on the run for 4 days.
Yeah, they'd have to use some poetic licensing to make
because we're never going to know the whole story.
But I think it's the buildup. The relationship for 2 years, the jailhouse romance, the planning of this. I mean, the incredible story that it was her final day. She was retiring that day.
She sold her house.
Yeah,
and she already had her retirement ready to go.
Walked with $90,000 cash. I mean,
and to leave this world for that old guy. Have you seen him?
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's a D cup to begin with.
It's some of the worst tattoos I've ever seen.
Yeah, awful.
But I just wonder,
his tattoo artist ought to be in jail.
Did she really take her own life?
Yeah, that's what's going to be.
That's the assumption. That's what they're doing. All type of
that's the assumption. But who was it? One of you two made a good point about it. Like now
there's only one side of the story.
That's right. There's only one side of the story, and he can say, "Look, I didn't know what was going on.
She's an officer. She's taking me out. I'm in handcuffs.
I thought we were transferring to another prison.
Exactly.
Now she's got a gun, and if I had escaped from her, then you guys would have killed me. And not that I'm his defense attorney, but
I just want to do my volunteer work. That's all I wanted to do.
You know what I read on the thing is one of the reasons that he did cop to a murder in 2016, I think, because he wanted to get transferred because he'd already been shanked 3 times at the correctional facility he was in here in Jefferson County. So he was already doing life, so I don't know how much more it would matter.
Yeah, but that's true. I mean, what are they going to do? Double life? I mean, the guy's probably never getting out again anyway, no matter what story he tells.
Well, I mean, he just got out, Brown, so I'd be careful what you say. I wouldn't say he's never getting out. Right now, he's 1 for 1 on jailbreaks.
Rockstar's right. Once you've tasted steak, and he tasted steak again, right? For a week or so, he was free.
I will tell you, his ex-girlfriend must have been on pins and needles because I don't know if the original reason he was arrested was because he fired shots at her back in the day. And he said if he ever gets out, he's going to kill her and her sister.
Hey, but they only made it like 4.5 hours away. I mean, that's...
Yeah, but they made it for almost a week.
But it was a slow burn.
I mean, 4 hours? If I'm going a week, I'm getting more than 4 hours away from the jail.
That place is supposed to have the best barbecue. You've got to pull over.
But again, that guy stands out, man.
Well, he does. But aren't you going to try to get more than 4 hours away?
I am, but I mean everybody was assuming Canada or Mexico.
If I learned nothing from watching Tommy Lee Jones of The Fugitive, they set up a circle and they look at everything in that circle, man.
If you were watching us in any jailhouse, that's Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown.
They don't get the internet. I learned that from my people with the Aliceville Women's Prison. They can only see me on the zone.
I finished Severance yesterday. I know everyone else did about a week ago. Slow burn, but episode 6, then 7, then 8, then 9. Wow.
So good.
Really good at the end.
And I finished Outer Range. Again, I can't decide if I like it or not. It's really confusing.
Do the horses fly into space at the end?
They do not.
Okay.
Buffaloes,
Buffalo's got a bunch of arrows in them, don't they?
Yeah, there's some symbolism with that, too.
Yeah. All right, that's what Rockstar is watching. We're about to do our Baumhauer's Spotlight of the Day off of what was a dumb frozen screen we just had. But first, I'll tell you in baseball today, we've got a couple of great series. Toronto and New York, the Blue Jays-Yankees, 6:05 tonight. Probably the 2 best teams in the American League East, maybe the American League going tonight. Braves back in action after a day off. Midweek series with the Red Sox over at Truist, 6:20 TBS tonight. Another good series. Astros Twins tonight, 6:40, and then another game between the Rays and Angels out on the West Coast, 8:38. I think it was May 2nd when the Tampa Bay Rays left home and went on this West Coast swing. They've been out. It's going to be 2 full weeks before they get back this weekend.
Rodeo's in town? The old rodeo road trip?
The old Tampa rodeo.
Yeah.
Let's do our Baumhauer Spotlight today. It's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer.
Hey, and they are celebrating 40 years in business. Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of delicious wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. In fact, he actually had to give them away for the first few years. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Stop into one of those great locations today. Enjoy lunch or dinner.
We've got 2 franchises in baseball in Chicago. You've got 2 baseball franchises in L.A. You've got 2 football franchises in L.A. You've got a couple in New York. The screen was frozen, and this is our Baumhauer question of the day. in our spotlight. What American city deserves another multiple franchise in a sport? And that is a question because
the mayor of Dallas, Eric Johnson, was on a media tour, and he said this. This is a tweet from him. We need an AFC team that plays in Southern Dallas. It would never want for a fan base or attendance support from the city of Dallas. Who wouldn't want to see a Dallas versus Dallas Super Bowl in the city of Dallas? I can't imagine a worse idea than putting a second team in Dallas.
I mean, it is so Cowboys.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing bigger than the Cowboys in that city. I mean, it's the Cowboys, Gap, everything else.
Way back when the leagues were separate, the very first year, the Chiefs were where? Kansas City Chiefs were.
They were in Dallas, right?
Was the Colt 45s in Dallas? Or was that Houston?
That was Houston. I can't remember their name, but Lamar Hunt originally wanted that team to be the competitor of the Dallas
Colt
Cowboys.
45 is baseball. What was that franchise? I can't remember what it was.
What was the
now.
American Football League?
Yeah. What was the Chiefs before they became the Kansas City Chiefs?
I'm going to Google Dallas AFC team, and it's going to pull up this story. But it was an AFC team back in the day, right?
But, I mean,
AFL. No, that was AFL, right?
Yeah, in the AFL days.
Okay, hang on.
I'm just
Texans. They were the Texans.
Dallas
Texans. Yep.
Dallas Texans.
Yeah.
So for a brief moment, they left town because the Cowboys became an expansion team. The NFL went to Dallas.
That's right. And it was Lamar Hunt's dream to have that team in Dallas. So they ended up going to Kansas City and becoming the Chiefs, and it's one of the most passionate fan bases in the NFL.
Now, when New York got all of its franchises, the broadcasting world was based in New York, and you didn't really have a whole lot of West Coast professional sports. And then like the Dodgers and Giants left New York and Brooklyn and moved out to California, and that's when we started spreading the sports out over America a little bit. It used to be very Northeast or East Coast central in Midwest. It took a while to get out west.
There's only 2 double-ups that I really can handle. Well, 3, I guess. In the New York market, I can handle Jets, Giants, and Mets, Yankees. And then in Chicago, I can handle White Sox and Cubs. But outside of that, I just don't see any other sports.
I don't know why
Dodgers, Angels.
I don't like the Dodgers. I liked when the Angels were just in Anaheim, known as the Anaheim Angels. I mean, it's far enough away from downtown L.A. where you get a little separation there.
When I was a
don't like
kid,
the Chargers back in Los Angeles.
When I was a kid, it was the California Angels. So that gave it
They-
a whole different
yeah,
separation.
it
It was like the whole state of California, it felt like.
Yeah, absolutely did. That was like when I was a kid, Golden State Warriors. I did not realize they played in Oakland just across the bay from San Francisco. I didn't know where Golden State was. But I was thinking about this the other day so randomly. Like, we don't even bat an eye at 2 baseball teams in Chicago, right? I mean, the White Sox get tremendous support. The Cubs get tremendous support. But you could never imagine a second NFL team because it's a Bears town.
But I brought it up, though, the other day. I was like, Chicago is big enough. If we can do it in New York, we could do it. And do it in L.A., we could do it in Chicago.
It's such a Bears town.
It's the 3rd biggest metro area. So New York's got 19 million, L.A. 13 million, Chicago 9 million, Dallas, Fort Worth 7 million.
But okay, let's use this for an example. Not that I don't think the Dallas mayor is beluga crazy, because it seems like he is. But if you took the Jacksonville Jaguars, stripped down the name, the uniform, and just started from scratch and put them in Dallas or Chicago, would that franchise be better off, the same, or worse?
I mean, they're an NFL franchise, so they're going to be fine. I think you would have curious attendance. I don't think you would have a passionate fan base. I think you would have Dallas people like, what are we doing today? Well, I don't really have anything to do.
I think you'd have more fans in Jacksonville.
The Jags are in town. You'd have more fans, no doubt. I'm just saying attendance-wise now. Attendance-wise, Dallas. But see, here's part of the problem, too. What they're banking on is, look, Dallas only plays 8 home games if you schedule the AFC team when Dallas is going. But Dallas is on TV then. People aren't going to miss a Dallas game on
Zero
TV
chance.
to go watch an AFC team they have no emotional investment in. So then what you're depending on is, all right, Dallas is a melting pot. So this AFC team is going to bring the Jets in. This AFC team is going to bring the Dolphins in. This AFC team is going to bring the Raiders in. So, we'll get all those fans coming to the games.
What's that, 3,000 fans?
Yeah, but, well, I don't know. Maybe more than that, but you're maybe selling out the stadium, but you're selling out with opposing team fans. I think too much time has passed for Dallas being there. It's like when people talk about what southern city could you put an MLB franchise in. The Braves are so ingrained in the Deep South. Nashville's different. It's going to work
I've always
in Nashville.
said Nashville.
I know, but people have talked about, would it work in Birmingham? No, it wouldn't work in Birmingham. People aren't going to give the Braves up. Like if Birmingham got an NFL team, you wouldn't give the Rams up for it.
No.
You wouldn't give the Bucks up
No,
for it.
but
I wouldn't give the Dolphins up for it.
But I think there's a lot of fans that probably would give up their team.
I mean, not if they're hardcore.
Not if they're hardcore.
I mean, if they just watch them on Sunday to pass time.
I think the majority of fans in this town are hardcore college, and then they've got an NFL team.
I would go to absolutely 0 Birmingham NFL games that conflict with the Dolphins game.
I wouldn't go to
unless the Dolphins were in town.
Well, it wouldn't conflict at that point. But yeah, if it conflicts, because I went to a Titans-Dolphins game this year, and I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the NFL because my phone is blocked from watching Sunday Ticket in the stadium.
But to their point, the mayor's point, if Aaron Rodgers or Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady was coming in town to play your hapless franchise in Birmingham or in Jacksonville or the second team in Dallas, you would go watch the superstar other team play a game, so they would build some attendance. The problem is you would have to grow your audience of people who are not Cowboy fans in Dallas or Bear fans in Chicago, and it would take a generation or more before you'd have your own diehard fans.
The only reason I think there are Mets fans is because they were probably Brooklyn Dodger fans, and the Dodgers left and went to L.A., and they're like, well, I hate the Yankees.
That's right.
I'm not going to cheer for the Yankees for sure. And then the Mets came along in the 60s, and they're like, okay, it's another baseball team. I'll get behind them.
Yeah. I'll start with this team because I hate the Yankees.
That's right, because I hate the Yankees. I'm not going to pull for the Yankees, but I love baseball, and I want to go when they took my Dodgers away.
Yeah, so maybe the Cowboys' second team could work in 20 or 25 years. I just don't see it.
Yeah, be a slow burn. That's
never going to happen.
That's the Dallas mayor wanting it to happen. You're right, because I think there are rules, first off, that Jerry Jones would have to okay it, and that ain't happening.
No, Jerry would not be on board with this one.
Yeah, that's our Baumhauer Spotlight today.
Again, Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants. Bob still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Don't forget about that Inflation Sucks menu. Bob trying to save you a few bucks. Try their delicious fried Wickles for $6.99, tailgate burger for $7.99, barbecue Yardbird $9.99. Stop in today, Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right, big NIL news. Let's go back to the Hydra Life therapy camera and see if Rockstar can make this thing land on red so we can get a...
I will say this would be the best time. This is the squeeze segment.
We've gone long in this segment.
Top of the hour, Chip Brown. NIL news out there. Can we get a red? Can we get a red? Oh,
no
that's
red.
it.
No,
That's
go,
red.
go. It's yellow.
No red.
No NIL.
Rockstar trying.
How often does that thing hit on red when nobody's got it in the gambling game?
All the time. When we come back, non-NIL news. It's not happening on this show yet. Stay with us.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So if a customer comes in and has something very specific they want, can you guys always meet those needs?
Absolutely. We get customers all the time that are looking for a specific car. They ask us to locate them. We find them. Very transparent on price and our fee. We do whatever it takes to make anything happen.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round, part of the show today being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Wright, coast to coast. It's a crazy time in the home market. Mortgage Wright can get you hooked up on this May 10th.
Yes, Mortgage Wright puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage, it's priority number 1 when you want to buy a home. And with Mortgage Wright, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Vegas has put out odds to win each conference. We won't do them all right here, but we will jump in real quick and talk about the Big Ten because you have one heavy favorite, 1-2 odds.
Yeah, that's Ohio State.
1-2 odds to win the Big Ten. But my big question would be, where do you put your money elsewhere? Here's some of the favorites. Wisconsin 10-1. Now you're 1-2 with Ohio State. And for those that understand, you've got to do what there? Bet 2 to win 1?
No, you basically lay $1,000 to win $100.
Okay, so
it's 1-2. Sorry, you bet $200 to win $100.
That's right. So you got to double your bet to win half your money. 1-2 odds for Ohio State. Next odds, Wisconsin 10-1 from Bet Online, 10-1.
Again, you get a one-game situation.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think they would call value, right? I mean, if Wisconsin catches lightning in a bottle in one game, they win the Big Ten. Doesn't matter.
I mean, you got to get Wisconsin winning the West, but 10-1 is like a 21-point spread probably. You're going to be getting better value than that in that game.
Michigan 11-1, Penn State 12-1, and here's the surprising one to me. It's Nebraska 14-1. Ahead of Iowa at 20-1, Michigan State 25-1, Purdue, who's expected to have a good year, 25-1, PJ Fleck 28-1. There could be an interesting bet for you if you want to really wager 28-1 Minnesota.
Yeah, look, I mean, you've got experience at quarterback with Tanner Morgan coming back. When's the last time Minnesota won a Big Ten championship, though?
But they could win the West.
Probably World War
II. Get that one-game shot at 28-1.
I'll go back to Nebraska. I think what's at play there is it's not the word. They don't play Ohio State in the regular season, and they host Wisconsin. So the schedule, at least in the Big Ten, favors them a little bit.
To get in that one game and have a shot.
At this, yeah. Now,
so
their problem is their last three are at Michigan, host Wisconsin, at Iowa. That is a tough landing for them.
Yeah.
Of course, they did everything but beat Iowa this year.
Indiana's 33-1, and everyone else is considered no shot at all. Illinois 100-1, Maryland 100-1, Northwestern 150-1, Rutgers 200-1. So Ohio State a 1-2 favorite to win the Big Ten. We'll do some more of the other conferences coming up in a second. An amazing story for you. Of Pamela Anderson. I don't know if you know her history.
A little bit, yeah, from Canada.
Yeah. She did.
Baywatch.
She participated in a documentary once.
Big boat fan.
Yeah, she does like boats.
Pamela Anderson was nobody. This from Mental Floss today. Was nobody, just sitting in the stands of a BC Lions CFL football game.
I've heard this story.
When she was up on the big screen, and she had a Labatt's T-shirt on.
Yep.
A big beer in Canada, if you don't know.
I think it was a tight-fitting Labatt's T-shirt.
It was tight-fitting, as Pamela Anderson was known to do.
Yeah.
And she became such a sensation. People saw that. The Labatt's folks were in-house. They ended up signing her to a deal. That was in 1989 when she was 22 years old. By February of 1990, after doing some Labatt's posters and such in Canada, just a few months later, she was Miss February in Playboy in 1990. The rest is history.
It was an incredible rise. I've seen that story that it was literally just a camera shot and the right person saw it.
Yeah, I think Hugh Hefner had better scouts out there than the Patriots at one time. I mean, really, because that was back before the internet days.
Yeah. So Labatt's girl pops up. She's just a fan for the BC Lions. She pops up on the big screen at age 22 in a tight-fitting Labatt's T-shirt. And the next thing you know, she grows into Pamela Anderson.
She was I don't know if you knew this, she was a brunette too.
Was she when she popped on the screen?
Yeah.
She's a liar.
Top of the hour when we come back, Chip Brown, 24/7 Sports, Horns 24/7, joins us to talk about a variety of things going on in college athletics, not named, name, image, and likeness. Stay with us.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then, we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom-fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWT2022.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hey, back with you on the Next Round. Halfway through the show, hour number 3 cranking up. Always this hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, now open for lunch on Highway 119 in Alabaster. It's officially lunchtime down there with Sterling and the crew. Whether you're a party of one out working business today or a truckload of people, travel ball, or heading down to the beach back and forth, that Alabaster exit as you listen to us, right off of it on Highway 119, you get the best fried chicken in the world. Also all the wonderful southern sides, chicken on a stick. You also get the wonderful Mississippi Delta tamales and po' boys and a ton of food items. So much so, I keep the menu right here beside me. ChampysChicken.com. Check them out online. Tell Sterling we told you to come by. We'll talk to Chip Brown in just a second. Your headlines include the Braves back in action tonight, 6:20 on TBS as they play host to the Boston Red Sox. Last night, Shohei Ohtani, a couple of home runs, including his first grand slam. College baseball in the area, Mississippi State and Samford tonight over at the Hoover Met. Next week, Auburn plays on Tuesday at the Hoover Met with Samford. Alabama's at Jack State, Troy at Auburn happening tonight. The SEC softball tournament cranks up. In college news, you have the NIL deal that's out there that we're not talking about yet, but we'll get to it maybe eventually.
Only if the will allows.
Only if the will allows us to do so. In NFL news, the Rams and the Broncos are going to play on Christmas Day. 2 other games yet to be announced. The schedule comes out Thursday, and Sony Michel is now a member of the Miami Dolphins. Those are your headlines this morning.
Rockstar, let Chip know we're not seeing his video. I don't know why. We're not seeing Chip's video. We could talk to Chip, but right now we can't see Chip. Chip Brown.
There's
Chip Brown.
Chip, if it sounded like I was filling time waiting to see that beautiful face of yours, that was what I was doing. I was like, I'll keep talking until we see Chip.
Hey, how's it going?
Awesome.
How's it going
How
in
are
Birmingham?
You? Awesome. 24/7. Horns 247. Chip Brown with us at Chip Brown 247 on Twitter. There's a lot of ground we want to cover with you. I will start with this, and I know we've asked you this question a lot, and it is a question a lot of people around here wonder. With the report from Brett McMurphy that the AAC teams are going to hit the Big 12 starting in 2023, can we read anything into Texas and Oklahoma based on that coming to the SEC?
No.
Oh, no.
I still am hearing 2024 that, that'll be the first year of the ESPN contract for SEC football. And Texas and Oklahoma would be a part of that, is what I'm hearing. So I think we're going to have a year where a really uncomfortable year in 2023 in the Big 12, unless something else develops. But as of right now, I'm still here in 2024.
More interesting question. Have you seen a black Lamborghini driving through the streets of Austin? I mean, what is the deal with Bijan? Do you know the details at all of the deal with Lamborghini?
Yeah, from what I hear, it's like a lease situation where he gets to drive it for this year. So it's not like, he suddenly owns a $200,000 car, but smart move by Austin Lamborghini. I mean, Bijan is like the nicest, coolest guy. Someone might just get stupid enough to try and go lease a Lamborghini, but yeah, it's something. Some of these NIL deals, it is important to know the details, right, Lance? Because it's not like, we're watching a guy, going broke here or something, already spending money on cars that with money he doesn't have yet.
Yeah, I'm interested about what Steve Sarkisian is saying. What's it called? Texas X's. I saw on your Twitter feed where he's talking about 19 or 21 more players that will be reporting in June. And he mentioned maybe another wide receiver. I know Alabama fans are excited that Bryce Young was throwing to Jordan Addison in a workout. USC fans are excited about Jordan Addison. Is Texas in the mix for Jordan Addison, or is that a different wide receiver he's talking about?
I mean, every Texas fan is hoping that Sarkisian's talking about Jordan Addison. Obviously, he was coached last year by Brennan Marion, who's now the receivers coach at Texas. Texas not saying much on that front at this point. So I guess this is a wait and see type of situation. That would certainly be the big splash among possible wide receiver transfers. Obviously, last year's Biletnikoff Award winner. So, Texas, I know, once Jordan Addison hit the portal, let him know, hey, we're here. And Brendan Marion is in Austin now. So we'll see how that one plays out.
Chip Brown is with us. Chip Brown 247, Horns 247 on Twitter, and he's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. If I'm a Jai Hall, I'm like, well, here we go again. I mean, all of a sudden, Xavier Worthy's the better receiver. Jordan Addison's the better receiver. And now I'm playing for the 3 spot again, just like I was at Tuscaloosa, if that happens.
Well, and Isaiah Nair from Wyoming, who had 12 touchdown catches last year, transferred in, who's 6'3", looks a lot like Ajayi Hall. So, and Nair, has done it and has experience and is a Texas kid who, was late to football. I mean, he was basically discovered in the hallways of Arlington Lamar High School after being a basketball player in Minnesota. One of the assistant coaches noticed his size 15 feet and said, hey, why don't you come out for our football conditioning program? That's why he went under recruited, but he was a monster at Wyoming, led the Mountain West with those 12 touchdown catches 31 yards per touchdown catch. So, Sarkisian is going for it. There's no doubt. And they need depth. Last year, Jordan Whittington broke his collarbone, missed 4 games. They really missed him. And he's their toughest over the middle guy, third down receiver. So we'll see how all the personalities mix, but that's why Sarkisian let go of Andre Coleman and brought in a guy like Brendan Marion, a guy who can work with, high maintenance personalities, let's say, at that receiver position.
So Sark did not name a starting quarterback after the orange-white spring game. Hudson Card, Quinn Ewers, but I just saw where Quinn Ewers is number 5 in the Heisman odds. So should we assume that Ewers is going to be the guy? And when you watched him play, how does the kid look?
Yeah, I mean, man, he can make every throw, and he's got those arm angles. He trains with Apex, the same group that trains Patrick Mahomes. They're friends. Everything from him being the highest rated recruit since Vince Young, everything points to Quinn Ewers, but it is a voluminous offense, and there's a lot that needs to be digested. And Sark has said, I don't like playing first-year quarterbacks, and he considers Quinn Ewers a first-year quarterback in his offense. So, but look, when you're the number 1 recruit in the country, in 2021, the ceiling is obviously incredibly high, and coaches want to get going on that ceiling. So, and look, unless Hudson Card has dramatically improved his pocket presence, we've sort of seen what Hudson Card is. He's a thin, really talented, athletic. He can run, but Sark doesn't like his quarterbacks to run. So I just think, the arrows are pointing to Quinn Ewers, but let's see what Hudson Card is, let's see what's in his heart. Let's see how much fire he has.
Any concern at all, Chip, from Texas fans or anyone about a couple of players who were in Nick Saban's doghouse that Sark has brought in Billingsley and Hall? I know you had the conversation with Jai Hall where he said Alabama fans were not very loving. That, of course, was a big talking point here in the state. Are there any concerns that, hey, maybe we're getting some of Nick Saban's cast-offs that may hurt our chemistry?
Well, I think Jeff Banks and Steve Sarkisian were part of the recruiting process for Agiye Hall, and so they feel like they have connected with him in a way that they can get the best out of him. Obviously, using his one-time transfer opportunity at Texas, should bring a little bit more urgency from Agiye Hall's standpoint to make things work, and there's opportunity. I mean, Steve Sarkisian will put 4 receivers on the field if they're the most talented guys, on that offense. So, but you gotta earn it, and they have a pretty good receiver room right now. The chemistry's pretty strong with Xavier Worthy, Jordan Whittington, and Isaiah Nair. So I think Sark is also counting on those guys to bring him in and get him to buy into what's happening at Texas. And then, like I said, Brendan Marion, he's going to earn every dollar of his contract with that room. But Sarkisian wants the high performance guys at receiver, and he'll spend time personally with these guys to keep them engaged. And so we'll see how this goes.
Chip Brown on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Percent chance, and this is a gut feeling from Chip because the Manning family has played this close to the vest. Percent chance any one of those receivers catches a ball from Arch Manning?
Well, everything we hear is that Arch Manning has loved every visit he's made to Texas, that he, has a chance maybe to make his mark at Texas. It's been a long time since Vince Young and Colt McCoy were on the field. Texas is starving for, high performance at the quarterback position. And so, Sarkisian's not recruiting another 2023 quarterback. So he's going all in on Arch, and I think he's telling Arch that, and I think that means something to Arch. So yeah, I think there's maybe even a 51% chance.
Well, Terry Saban loved all her visits to Austin too back in the day, and that didn't work out.
Yes, she did.
Hey, so Chip, coming off that 5-7, I mean, what is a realistic expectation for this Texas team, and especially with the fact that they've got probably true freshman quarterback starting, and they've got Alabama out of conference?
Yeah, to me, it's not, no Texas fan wants to hear that 23 is the year. But with so many unknowns, the offensive line was not good last year. You're bringing in 7 freshman offensive linemen, but good heavens, they need a little time to incubate. So, it feels like an 8-win season unless they just catch fire. I don't see the leadership on the defense. That tip of the spear playmaker on defense. They just moved 3 guys in the secondary to safety from corner and nickel. You got to be strong up the middle of your defense. And last year, they didn't get enough impact, enough movement at the line of scrimmage. The linebacker play wasn't physical enough, and the safety play was just bad. And so I just think there are too many question marks to go beyond 8 wins right now. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying, based on what we saw last year, I'm not, it was such a weird year last year because they were dominating OU 28-7, looked like it was going to be, the miracle game. And if Spencer Rattler stays in that game at quarterback, Texas probably wins that game by 30. And then who knows what happens to their confidence level the next week. Instead they get a double-digit lead on Oklahoma State, lose it, get another double-digit lead on Baylor on the road, lose it, and they just couldn't get out of their own heads. So I do think there will be addition by subtraction. I think some of the guys who left the program had too many here we go again experiences, and bringing in this new blood, it's going to take a minute for that new blood to get acclimated and show off that confidence. But I do think there will be some addition by subtraction, but probably 8 wins right now, Lance.
All right, go follow Chip on Twitter at ChipBrown247, Horns247 as well, part of 24/7 Sports. Chip, it is always fun talking with you, man. We appreciate the time.
Hey, hopefully we'll be getting to Birmingham sooner rather than later. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. Come on, anytime. Don't wait till 2024. The ESPN deal's not limiting you. You can come anytime.
Yeah, I think you need to cover SEC Media Days. Meet us in Atlanta.
Yeah, get the feel for the league.
Right.
Yeah.
Done.
July 18th. Come on.
We that was we ate in Atlanta with Chip. What was her name? Bama? It was a girl? Yeah, Chip and Bama.
The Crimson Cougar. That's right.
I remember that.
It's all coming back to. It's all coming back to 2 of 3 of us. I won't tell you which one doesn't remember that night.
You were doing TV.
I was doing TV. I was there. I was at that dinner. Yeah.
Okay.
We sat in that that room that had we were in a private room. It was a great dinner.
Yeah, Chip got to hear the New Year's resolutions I laid out for the roommate that night too, right?
Oh yeah,
I remember that.
How's all that going, Lance?
We're still hanging in there.
Hey, good to hear.
All right, Chip. Thank you. Have a great week.
All right, y'all be good.
All right, see you. Chip Brown with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
How did those resolutions go?
They're getting better.
Yeah.
They're getting better.
Chip
and Horge had a lot of fun with that.
Did it involve a dish and a sink and a dishwasher?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe a folding of clothes item.
What I remember, I don't even remember this part of the night. What I remember most is Lance ordered an old fashioned, and they brought a plank of cedar, lit it on fire, put the glass over it, and smoked up the glass, and then made the old fashioned at the table.
Where the hell do y'all eat? My God.
Rock star. That was at Crystal. But it was.
Then they bring the cow in and tell you which part of it do you want for your steak.
It was the best smell. It was just smelled so good.
Yeah, smoked old fashioned, really good.
Yeah.
couple places do those.
Where do y'all eat?
Including Crystals.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, one of the most respected roofing contractors in the entire SEC footprint, lives right here in the Birmingham area. And we've been talking with Greg for years and years just about his dedication to helping you as a family and as a homeowner save a little bit money. And it starts with his guarantee of a free no-cost roof inspection if you've experienced possibly some roof damage during some recent storms, or if you just haven't had your roof inspected in a while, you need to get it checked out. Greg Nelson can do that today, absolutely free. He'll give you a free no-cost roof inspection with no obligation. You call him on his cell number. Here it is, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. Or if you're like me and you don't like to talk to people, just text him, 542-3531, or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, best warranties in the industry, insurance companies trust them. And listen, if you have storm damage, you don't know who to trust, same guy, Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. Remember the name Storm Restoration Roofing, or just Greg from Pell City. Great guy right there. All right, good catching up with Chip. Chip knows all college football, not just Texas. But in that meeting, the Texas Fight Tour, sort of the booster club moving around, he says his biggest mistake last year was in team building, that he didn't build enough chemistry inside his team, and that he will attack that this year. Now, in the same speech, he brings up that he's got 19 to 21 newcomers that are still yet to join the team in June. It's hard to build a team between July and the first game on September in that short period of time, but that he will spend more building chemistry of team this year than he did last year.
And at least from the outside looking in, some guys that are perceived coming from Tuscaloosa to Austin that aren't the best locker room guys in the world. I mean, that's a perception of Billingsley and Hall, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, it may not be true. I'm just saying that's the perception. So if you've had that issue and now you're bringing in some guys.
Well, and Chip said it, man. They had some leadership problems last year. I mean, the good news is you get La Monroe week 1. The bad news is you get Alabama week 2. If I asked you, better chance of Texas beating Alabama in week 2 or losing to Texas San Antonio week 3?
I don't know what UTSA has back. They were pretty good last year, though.
So better chance of them beating Alabama or losing to UTSA?
Yep. Better chance of losing to UTSA.
I think so, too.
In fact,
I don't know, man.
If they beat Alabama,
Frank Harris is back at quarterback. I think the Roadrunners got a lot coming back.
Yeah.
I don't. If they do, then that was a really good team last year. But if I asked you, did Texas work on any Alabama schemes during spring practice? Yes or no?
Well, probably so. I'm sure Alabama worked on Texas schemes. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fairly. I would think for the first third of your schedule, yeah, you probably see some of that stuff during spring.
Yeah, and Barrett always tells us that sometimes you're working on it and they don't say, okay, we're working on Alabama. You just work on something, and then later when it's Alabama week or when it's Texas week, it'll come back in practice, and you're like, oh,
that makes sense.
That's why we worked on that back in June or July.
Yeah,
or whenever.
No, I mean, I would imagine that's the case. To answer your question, I'd say it's more likely they lose to UTSA. I mean, what's the number for that Bama game, you think? I've asked you this before, but I forget.
13.
13-14? Yeah. It's hard to see Alabama losing that one.
It'll be a test in week 2, though, for the Crimson Tide when they take on Texas. We've got trash coming up. We'll tell you about our friends at MyBookie as well when we come back. A chance for you to get into that game. But right now, Rockstars guy is Adam Mestre. No spin wheel here, Rockstar. Because, no spinning of the wheel here because we got trash in the next segment. You'll do it after trash.
Yep.
But there's no gamble when it comes to Adam Mestre.
No, it's always red, spinning red. With Adam Mestre at MD Realty, he is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
All right. When we come back, LT has trash for us, and Brownie will tell you how you can sign up with our friends at MyBookie. Stay with us.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCAA.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWG2022.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
A lot of sporting events tonight, including 2 more NBA games. Philadelphia and Miami, 6:30 on TNT. Dallas and Phoenix, 9 o'clock on TNT. Both those games and series tied at 2 apiece and that'll be part of the NBA action. LT may have a play on that later on in his lock. Nailed the Celtics last night. If you'd like to make a play on that, though, our friends at MyBookie can hook you up.
Yeah, 162 games of baseball can feel like a grind to watch. You can put the excitement back in each and every game with MyBookie.ag. Run lines, money lines, props galore. Nobody gives you more than MyBookie. And you can get started. It's simple. A $300 deposit, you play $200 instantly. Just use promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag to claim a MyBookie deposit bonus. Whether you're a diehard or a newcomer, there's never been a better time to join the MyBookie family. Go ahead and sign up today, mybookie.ag, using promo code NEXTROUND. And you secure your first deposit bonus up to $1,000. Whatever you put in, they meet you halfway up to $1,000. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, mybookie.ag, and the code NEXTROUND.
One of the stories that we've been following in this hour that is brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, is Tom Brady and the release that he will, when he's done with football, be the main analyst of the main broadcast for Fox of the NFL. And people are debating how much money he is going to make. And they're using, by perspective, Tony Romo makes $18 million a year with CBS. They think Brady will make more than Tony Romo. Troy Aikman just signed a 5-year, $90 million deal. They say they expect him to make more than Troy Aikman is making. So you do the math, and you can see the kind of money they're talking about Tom Brady making per year to be the analyst on Fox when he leaves football.
So I said 15 to 20 million. I'm short.
Yeah.
Don't you agree?
Yeah.
I mean, it's north of 20.
It's going to be about 20 million a year or more.
I think it was Bob Costas that said this. I don't know. I could be incorrect on that. But it only makes sense if you're going to invest billions of dollars into the rights fee that you also invest a lot into your talent, right?
But I'm like LT. Now, listen, I don't stop watching a game because of bad announcing. But it is made much more enjoyable if you have good announcers.
I agree.
And I really enjoy Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. So I'm looking forward to their move to ABC and ESPN. And I hope they have the same chemistry, because part of it's just the feel of Fox, the sound, the cameras, the producers, the directors, and the games they get in that time of day. I don't know if I'm going to like Joe Buck and Troy Aikman as much in prime time with the ESPN ABC production and how it all works out. But I enjoyed them thoroughly over there on Fox. Jim Nantz and Tony Romo, it was neat with Tony Romo right out of the gate.
It got weird,
but
though.
that has gotten old.
Yep. I don't know what happened. I really don't know what happened with Tony.
And that chemistry just didn't. And it's not Nance and Romo. It's just I don't enjoy Romo as much anymore.
Yeah. I think he, I don't want to say comfortable is the word, but something happened. He got a little too over the top with it. He was so good early on.
Yeah, but he got actually kind of bad this year. There was that one game, what was it, Kansas City, where he didn't know the score, Kansas City and
Cleveland.
No, it was Kansas City and Buffalo.
Yeah, okay. The big game, yeah.
The big game. Yeah, I think he didn't know the score or something.
No, it was Kansas City, Cincinnati.
You're right. It was. It was the AFC Championship game where he didn't know the score of the game. He was talking about them not letting the other team score. And Nance had to say, Tony, and then he tried to dig himself out of it. I mean, it's just...
It's always awkward. Tony?
Tony?
Let's go to break, Tony. Kevin says, listening to Tom Brady for 3 hours every week is not something I'm looking forward to doing. Boy, if you are a Patriot hater over the years...
Well, I mean, imagine...
it is going to be hard.
Thank God it's the NFC, though.
It is going to be hard. All right. It is time for Trash Today. LT has it in hand. Rockstar has the button in hand. It's time to hit it, Rockstar.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot. I understand.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Wright. Mortgages done the right way.
I understand.
Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. And our friends at Mortgage Wright, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Wright's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs. You don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big, go home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. So I just came across this. They are tracking a 1,000-pound great white shark off the New Jersey coast right now.
How does that relate to what's the average size of a great white?
Oh.
I mean, that one's half a ton. Would you say a normal great white's 500 pounds?
We're going to need a bigger boat.
It's almost like I'm watching the movie.
Was that close?
Yeah.
We're going to need a bigger boat.
Why is he rushing?
Well, never mind. According to Fox 5 News, ironbound is small potatoes compared to others. They tagged a 16-footer not long ago that was 3,400 pounds.
Oh, see, this is nothing.
Our boat's perfectly fine.
Oh, I was trying to find this story. This was crazy. This 47-year-old woman, and I think it might have been local, married her young daughter to some dude, and she's getting 30 years in prison now.
Was it arranged marriage?
On her part, it was.
Yeah.
I mean,
can't
find the backstory to that, but looks bad.
It's a good tease, right, sir?
Good slug.
It's not loading the feed.
Go Google it yourself.
Is arranging a marriage, is that technically illegal?
I think what you're going to find in that story that's not linking here is probably that the girl is going to be under the age of 13.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a terrible story. Well, I hope she gets plenty of time then. If that's the case.
That's probably Island, right?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely Island.
Duo in Hernando County are bringing the beverages to events around Tampa Bay in a very unique way.
Pirate ship.
Jeffrey Jackson, not close, but very unique though, and Devin Mormondo volunteered in the 1991 fire truck they now run for events. They saw the truck at an auction, knew they had to have it. Quote, we used to volunteer on it back in our volunteer department locally. We saw it on the auction block, decided we wanted to pick it up before it went anywhere else, started just shooting ideas back and forth, came up with a beer truck. Mostly a tap truck, so we can do anything through here, not just beer or liquor. We can do multiple different beverages.
The name is fantastic.
Hey, man, it is hot. You know who we need? The thirst responders.
Fire hose of tequila.
So good. Do you think it plays a song like the ice cream truck does, so you know it's like it's 2 streets over?
I saw somebody post yesterday, how good would it be if you had a mariachi man playing and you had a truck going around the neighborhood with margaritas?
Do you remember? Oh, yeah.
That would be pretty good.
Do you remember the middle of summer? You're sitting in your house and you faintly hear that ice cream truck 2 streets over.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember the feeling you got?
It was, but, you know,
I know, Jeff.
I lived next to a nice neighborhood, and I was not, they didn't come down my street. I had to run over to the rich neighborhood to get an ice cream. Through the woods, barefoot.
In the snow.
Your peepaw gave you a few
scratching
nickels.
together a few pieces of change that
My
I found
ice cream
along
was
the
just
way.
ice cubes, man.
Sir, what do you have left?
Please, sir.
I remember some of our neighborhood kids, we flung crab apples at the ice cream man so many times that one summer they didn't come back.
They did not come back.
Dunaway got the ice cream cone and said, God bless us, everyone.
No, it's Tiny Jim. Play on Tiny Tim.
Oh, really?
I got that for the audience.
Okay.
All right. For the audience. I knew you knew.
Hey, I'll just do cliff notes. I found the story. Indiana woman was charged Thursday for allegedly selling her 13-year-old daughter
got this right.
to a 27-year-old man after throwing a celebratory party and forcing her to marry him.
No, the island is too kind.
Yeah, bamboo under the nails.
Yeah, bullet.
Oh my God.
Waterboarding.
Yeah.
It was $2,000 too.
Okay, yeah. The price doesn't matter. It could have been $8 million. It doesn't
the
matter.
dude paid $2,000 down payment and they threw a party with it.
Yeah, Island is too kind.
Yeah.
I hope they put her underneath the jail.
For more than 40 years, after blazing a trail for female video game characters, Miss Pac-Man was inducted Thursday into the World Video Game Hall of Fame.
What took so long?
Very deserving.
Also, Dance Dance Revolution, The Legend of Zelda, and Sid Meier's Civilization.
There are those that say Miss Pac-Man, and I don't know what differentiates this.
Oh, it's so much better than
It's much better.
It's faster. Yeah.
She eats faster.
I did not know you guys agreed with this.
Well, I had a Miss Pac-Man machine for a while.
For years down in the lower LT.
Yeah,
the lower LT.
I was addicted to Miss Pac-Man for about 2 weeks.
So she just goes faster than actual Pac-Man?
Yeah.
And the sequencing is apparently better, right?
Yeah, just the graphics, everything about it. Anyway, some other class of 2022, some finalists: Assassin's Creed, Candy Crush, NBA Jam. How did NBA Jam not make it?
I know.
That was such a great game.
Shakalaka.
It's beginning to heat up.
We're putting Civilization and Zelda in there before we are NBA Jams.
Yeah, it doesn't make
Zelda's
any sense.
legendary. I hated it, but it's a huge
Do you know
game.
how good Sean Kemp was on NBA Jams?
It's pretty good.
I liked playing with Nick Van Exel and Eddie Jones.
I know. People would forget the Supersonics, though, and it was Sean Kemp. It was
Gary Payton.
Gary Payton, and then I think one year it was Sean Kemp and Detlef Shrimp. That was your team.
That was a fun game.
Yep.
Personalized plates.
Chris Mullen was another good one, Lance. Chris Mullen was good on there, too.
Good on
think he
NBA
was with
Jams. A
Tim
horrible
Hardaway.
personalized plate.
Oh, yes.
Or
My
Mitch
apologies.
Richmond.
Yep.
You guys ever had a personalized plate?
Never had one. In fact, I'm not a fan of
I
them.
do not think I have one.
Yeah.
I've had one.
Well,
I
if
want to
it-
get one. That
any-
and a tattoo.
Anyone wants to get a personalized license plate from the state of Florida, it's best to be creative and avoid vulgar language.
Well, yes.
Now, Florida drivers had a lot of leeway when it comes to personalized license plate. They can be used to describe oneself, vehicle, blah, blah, blah. Over the last 3 years, Floridians have applied for more than 1,000 personalized license plates. That surprised me. I would think it'd be 1,000 a month in
Yeah, that would
Florida.
be a lot more.
Anyway, plates like SXYGRMA, sexy grandma, got the green light, while Fart Man was left in the dust.
I mean,
cool.
Fart man, fart man.
Who wants a plate that says fart
He
man?
does that crap.
Offensive or objectionable plates are often rejected by the state. Doo-doo was rejected. UIDIOT.
You idiot.
Didn't make the cut. While I got a P and Mo Sticky did make it.
Mo Sticky.
Mr. Poop got blocked too. McNasty made it through and Get Some made it through.
Get some.
Nasty.
Get some.
What's your license plate? Oh, I'm Mr. Poop. Oh, cool, man.
Yep.
Ridiculous.
They turned down doo-doo, though.
I mean, dude, who wants doo-doo on there? I mean, what is your sense of humor like if you think, it's funny, I'm going to license plate says doo-doo on it?
Fart man's good, though.
Firefighters with the Mulgee Fire Department were called to a scene of an incident in an apartment building on Wednesday night after a bolt of lightning traveled through the exhaust vent and shattered a toilet in one of the units.
My God.
One of you was sitting on that.
You're done.
You're done. Martin Riggs is done.
Yeah.
Oh, man. No one was injured, but as you can see, the toilet was, quote, severely damaged, according to the fire chief.
And no toilet paper.
Yeah.
An explosion of this type.
I don't believe this story. I'm
Why
going to
not?
tell you, because there's no toilet paper. There's no
could've
water
burned.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Look, there's nothing. That's not a bathroom that's in use.
So what do you think happened?
That's how the
they-
roommate leaves the toilet paper.
And that's a small toilet. Look at the.
Yeah. You know what I believe happened?
What?
It was Lunsford and that damn sledgehammer. He's horrible at it. He was trying to hit something else, and it backfired into that toilet.
I am going to say I've had coworkers in the past that look like they could do that to a toilet.
Dude, how bad would the body look if somebody was sitting on that thing?
But I tell you, it's a true story. I was not at home at my grandmother's house one time. This was while I was in college or right after college. I was living with her, and lightning went through the roof, the corner of our house, and hit my mattress, and caught the mattress on fire. Smoldering
Yeah, I remember
fire.
you telling us that.
It'd be the last time Jim lit a mattress on fire. When was that a...
It had to be between the age of 16 and 19.
Now, was that a shingle roof or was it like a mobile home, like a metal roof?
No, it was my grandparents, so we had it was a real house.
So it was a shingle roof? So it went through a shingle roof and all that, yeah.
But it was on a corner. So I guess it could have come, but it was some damage. Maybe come through
Did
the window.
James Senior pocket the insurance money and you just put a pot under it when it used to rain?
Slept under a couch. I don't know. They did fix it. I mean, that was one thing about Nanny and Papa. They always had good insurance.
Oh, yeah.
If I could say one thing about my grandparents, they always had good
Sweet lady
insurance.
that had great insurance.
Good she cooked, not to save her life.
The
but boy-
corns on her feet, they were hell.
Hey,
boy,
I
she
talked
had
about
some insurance.
I talked about my nanny though on the drive into the EAW drive-in, because she would watch, as I say in the drive-in, she would watch her stories every day.
Yeah.
That's what she called them, Southern slang for soap operas.
Guiding light.
And she'd watch football, but she would never yell at them, and she'd always fix plates of food and stuff for you. She'd watch the games if she was not into them, except for wrestling from Boutwell Auditorium. The local wrestling was
Right.
on. And if you tried to, and she was a shipbuilder back in World War II, welder. She would weld, like she could get after it, my grandmother. And if you tried to tell her that the wrestling at Boutwell Auditorium was fake, she would spit at you with that snuff. She did not like you
Are
to
you
try
serious?
to. Yeah, she believed it was real. She would, like, if they had that bleed pill, or cut themselves with a razor and they'd start to bleed, she would divert her eyes. She would do that. I'd be like, Nanny, you want me to change the channel? No. And then when the bleeding would stop, she'd look back, and I was like, the damn Yankees, they know who's going to win this or not. They're not going to let Tojo Yamamoto win this thing.
Did she, the great Kaiser? She missed the heyday of wrestling too, didn't she?
Was that the Von Erich brothers?
No,
in
she
that?
made it until she passed, and I was in Lexington, so 1990. So she made it through the 80s.
Was that like the Von Erich brothers? They primarily wrestled in Texas, I think.
Whatever the Boutwell Auditorium crew, that's the one she would watch. And
I think the Von Erichs were at the Dallas Sportatorium,
and it was just
it was a great kabuki
to try
there?
to tell her. And I was like, Nanny, do you think all my children's real too? Because is she starting to lose it a bit?
Yeah.
No, that's a scripted show. And I said, so's wrestling.
Ooh,
She's
got
like,
PO'd,
no,
huh?
she would get mad.
Okay, I've got service industry workers reveal their pet peeves. First one, booking for a party of 4, then showing up and saying, oh, we have 8 now.
Yeah, well, guess what? You got 4 seats.
Another one, sitting at a table that is dirty and yet to be cleared, and then complaining that they don't have utensils.
Yeah.
I've never even heard of this one, and I've served for years. Buying the cheapest beer, then saying it doesn't taste right, then swapping it for the most expensive beer.
Well, don't you have to pay the difference?
Yeah, doesn't work.
I would have to pay the difference.
When you have a hot entree in your hands, then asking a table of 6 over and over who had the steak, no one responds.
Everybody's in the middle of a conversation. These people, I hate that. It's the most uncomfortable thing, and nobody. I didn't have it. Did you have it?
I'm
yeah, I think I did have it. I'm sorry, I did have it. Yeah.
I'm always the one that interrupts with what's going on at the table to say she's asking who has the enchiladas. Who had the enchiladas?
Well, I got to say, by and large, I'm scoping that food heading my way anyway, so I'm normally prepared. Like, I see it when they come out of the kitchen.
Do you start helping, like, he had the tacos, he had the enchiladas. Yeah, that's mine right here.
I did it last night.
I'm ready to eat, man.
Service industry, final pet peeve, and this is the worst, but there's nothing you can do about it. When parents bring snacks for small children and everything ends up all over the floor. I remember Goldfish cleaning them up all the time.
But you'd rather have that than a screaming kid.
Oh, yeah.
This is, and maybe I'm just weird in doing this, but my little one, there's some places she just doesn't like to eat, so we'll get McDonald's for her, right? Or something like that. Something she wants, chicken fingers or whatever. And I never leave that trash for them to clean up. I always take it out of the restaurant because in my view, that's not their mess. That's my mess. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, that's very nice of you.
Well, I'm not saying it to get, lauded. I'm just saying, is that a weird thing I do?
No, I think that's very nice of you to do it that way.
Okay.
And that's trash.
I'll keep doing that right.
Hey, everyone wants to be.
You go eat with me, and I have to get your chicken fingers.
Someone's first choice, and Mortgage Wright can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market, it is a game changer. And Mortgage Wright, the perfect lender to help you land your dream home. With their upfront underwriting program, you can understand your budget, minimize home buying setbacks, and shop with certainty when you have an underwriter stamp of approval backing you. Be better than the competition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, to the Hydra Live Therapy spinning wheel. If it lands unread, we'll talk NIL when we come back. This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Red gets us our NIL update. Any other color?
Oh, it's not going to get there. Miss it again.
Still, big NIL news we'll tell you about eventually.
Yeah, no.
Stay with us right here.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all can have the rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. More on them in just a second. A ton of hockey games tonight, but don't forget the USFL returns to action Friday night with Michigan and Tampa Bay, 7 o'clock. Then on Saturday, 2 o'clock, it is New Orleans and New Jersey. And then Sunday is the big day for the Stallions. 11 a.m. down at Protective Stadium. We'll talk to Scooby Wright coming up in our next segment. Gutter Cap bringing you this part of the show.
Yes, Gutter Cap, patented aluminum cover system. It will fit over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out, eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It is back with a lifetime warranty. You need to stay off that dangerous ladder. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. 823-2212. You can also go online, GutterCapBirmingham.com. Right now, 45% off the retail price. Make sure you call Chris Stewart today, 823-2212. Tell him the next round sent you. Cap it, don't snap it.
I think this is the first time, Dunaway, you might remember differently that Birmingham has not been the highest rated USFL game of the weekend.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Actually, the NBC Sunday afternoon 2:05 kick for Houston at New Orleans at Birmingham was 1.159 million viewers. The Tampa Bay at Birmingham game Saturday night was 1 million viewers.
But still,
So that's
1
million viewer games, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That's good for them.
The Friday night game that was
9 o'clock FS1?
9:20, but you got to remember now it was two, and I don't know how big these teams are in Philadelphia and Michigan and Detroit, but it was two East Coast teams playing at 10:20 Eastern time, had 207,000 viewers on FS1. I don't know if that's good or bad for FS1.
Yeah, that seems like that has to be near the bottom of the lowest ratings. Like it seems like it goes dash 2,000.
Okay, but
200,000.
Let me put this in perspective. FS1 Saturday night 6/11 for St. Louis Cardinals, San Francisco Giants, 275,000 viewers.
So regular season baseball.
Yeah, regular season baseball on FS1 had about 70,000 viewers difference, but still roughly the same number as that Friday night USFL game. I mean, there's bigger stuff. I mean, the Kentucky Derby had 15 million, almost 16 million viewers. Memphis at Golden State Saturday had 6 million viewers. So there are bigger things. But this thing's holding its own against stuff like, regular season Major League Baseball. In a lot of ways, a lot of times it's beating hockey, playoff hockey.
Yeah, I guess what's going to be the telltale sign is as long as it doesn't fall off a ledge next year. Wouldn't you think next year's a pivotal year?
Yeah, I mean, if you can get to the games in the city, in their cities, to where you have a little bit of atmosphere for the other games, I think it's good. 1 million people watching is a good thing. Bad news here, after we tell you part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. Montevallo, a great place for your son or daughter to call school. Find out more about the University of Montevallo, why you belong there, and schedule an in-person tour. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. Great class sizes and a lot more. Rave reviews from Southern Living and U.S. News and World Report. It's all right there at Montevallo.edu. Baltimore Ravens running back Mike Davis had over $100,000 worth of jewelry stolen from his suburban Atlanta home last Wednesday, according to Cobb County.
How much did you say?
Over $100,000 worth of jewelry. But also, he had a pair of specialized cleats that he wore that were custom made in honor of his father, Michael, who died of cancer in 2019. They have that one weekend they wear the specialty cleats to honor, different causes and charities and such. Those cleats, which were, invaluable to him. It was, you can't replace them. They're irreplaceable. Those were stolen as well.
Well, they really have no value to the thief either. How are you going to sell those?
That's right. You can't sell them without being caught, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, makes no sense.
Yeah.
But I don't think thieves are the smartest people in the world.
They're not. And they probably didn't stop and inspect the cleats. They're just taking everything they get their hands on.
The scary thing is he's at dinner. His security camera pops up, on your phone if you've got.
Yeah.
Chorus has got ours, but it pops up and it alerts, somebody's in the front or back. He looks on there and two males wearing gray hoodies with hoods over their head, mask covering their face, armed with handguns, walking up to his back patio.
Yeah. That is alarming, yeah. I mean, and I'm sitting at dinner. You don't finish your dinner at that point. I know you call 911, but
you don't run home, though.
No, I'm going to let them, go ahead and finish their business there.
Of course, the wrong guy's sitting on his couch and he's got a sawed-off shotgun. Those two dudes are in trouble.
That's literally the risk you take when you break into somebody's house, yeah.
The other side, Scooby Wright joins us. He is one of a kind, and he's a Birmingham Stallion, and he's one of the reasons that team is 4-0. We'll talk to Scooby about a ton of stuff and a lot more in the final hour of the show right here on The Next Round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com. Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Wright have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Wright's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
You seen what these kids are doing now? What's that? They're mixing raspberry and lemonade flavors in their drinks.
Like, raspberry lemonade?
Nah, not like the kind we had. Better. It's all charged up. Got that bold Mountain Dew in it now. They're calling it Mountain Dew Spark.
Yup.
Seems like it's all about the flavor now. The flavor and the refreshment.
Yup.
If you'd have told me 50 years ago that we'd see kids drinking charged up raspberry lemonade flavored Mountain Dew Spark and making videos, twerking their hind ends, well, sir, I just flat out not believed you.
Yup.
It does taste mighty good though, don't it?
Yep.
You know, this Mountain Dew Spark is giving me a great idea.
What's that?
Think I'm gonna make a video. Twerking my hind end.
Well, I guess you gotta do you.
Get bold with the raspberry lemonade flavor of Mountain Dew Spark.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Don't forget the USFL continues this weekend here in Birmingham. We keep telling you the Stallions in action at 11 a.m. as we go to bring in Mr. Personality Scooby Wright to talk about this 4-0 start and everything that is the USFL. We do have the first report of contract numbers for Tom Brady post-football and what he's going to make. As you read those numbers, Brown, I want to watch Scooby Wright's reaction. Can we pull up Scooby? Scooby, let's see Scooby Wright. Hey, Scooby, we're going to tell you what Tom Brady's about to make to broadcast football games on Fox when he's done playing. Here's developing news. What is it?
According to Andrew Marchand of the New York Post, Brady has agreed with Fox to a 10-year, $375 million contract.
$37.5 million a year to broadcast football games. Would you quit football right now and do that, Scooby Wright?
Man, I think anybody in the world would quit football.
Those numbers aren't even believable, really.
Yeah, I mean, more power to the Northern Cali legend.
Scooby Wright's with us. He's the linebacker of the Birmingham Stallions, 4-0. Let's start with the penalty you got a couple of weeks ago. I thought you were taunting on the sidelines. You said you were riding a horse after a big defensive play down there. You love the personality. You show your personality in the game. What was that all about? Was that riding a horse, or were you?
No, I was getting my giddy up on. You can't name us the Stallions if we're not riding a horse. Come on,
right.
dog.
That's right. It's the Stallions.
Hey, so you guys the only undefeated team. I mean, when you came together that first practice, did you feel like, hey, we've got good personnel. This thing can come together. We could be a really good team.
Yeah, I knew on the defensive side we could, just because there's a lot of guys I knew of and guys I've played with before, and we had some guys with some good experience, and honestly we just enjoy being around one another, and I feel like that shows in the field and shows in the way we play with one another.
Was this the way you viewed the USFL? Is this what you thought it would look like when you first got the call that you were going to be part of the league?
I knew I was going to have a lot more fun this time around playing football after being away for a 2-year layoff and doing some other things and having some a little more perspective on life and doing things you want to do and not things you don't necessarily want to. Don't necessarily you have to do, but things that are a little more of a grind to do. Football's not a grind anymore.
You've been one of the stars so far. Does your phone ring? Has your agent been like, hey, we're starting to get a little NFL buzz from this?
No, nothing right now. We haven't really talked about that or anything. Actually, I don't even have an agent at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I'll be ready for when the opportunity comes and when things get down.
Do you think that'll happen? I mean, because you're playing at such a high level right now, that do you feel like you'll get another shot?
Yeah, I mean, when I was playing the AAF and I didn't think I was going to get an opportunity, I got an opportunity. And then I was still young enough, I got time on my side. So we'll see what happens. Just got to keep executing, making plays, and making splash plays. That's the biggest thing I want to keep doing and keep winning.
You did a lot of that in 2014. You were the best linebacker in college football, Butkus Award, Nagurski Award winner. You played for Rich Rod. Rich Rodriguez is now down the street, Jacksonville State's head coach. Do you have any idea, any conversation with your former head coach?
Yeah, no, I talked to him. I still talk to him even when I wasn't playing football and doing other things. We always kept in contact, and I mean to plan a trip down there on one of my 2 off days here soon to go see what's up. I'm for sure going to go down there when my season's over, because there's some other coaches that were there at U of A, not just Coach Rod, but some other coaches that were pretty close to me too. So it'd be cool to link up with them again.
Scooby Wright is with us, the Birmingham Stallions linebacker. They are 4-0. They are back in action 11 o'clock Sunday. Fans get a free Stanley the Mascot plushie while supplies last as they enter the stadium Sunday. Don't forget general admission game tickets, $10. Kids 15 and under get in free with an accompanied adult. You can get your tickets at theusfl.com. That is theusfl.com. Scooby, a shark dog is what?
It's a pit bull and a great white shark combined.
And you came up with this how? Because that is a weird combo.
Those are my 2 favorite animals.
Okay, that makes sense. Do you own a pit bull? I know you don't own a shark.
Yeah, no, I got a 120-pound pit mastiff that was a stray in Tucson, and he's part of the inspo.
Wow, so I would assume you got quite a few tats. First tat, most interesting tat. Do you have a tattoo of a shark?
I actually do have a shark dog tatted on me. I've had it since 2018. So yeah, it's been on me. It's my spirit animal. It's part of my brand, I guess. But,
so we're not going to ask you to skin off. Is it on one of the arms though? Can we see it?
No, it's on the back. But
Okay.
my most interesting tattoo, and probably one my mom hates the most, is probably my nun and my gas mask.
Wow. Your mom hates it the most. I love that.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite one though. That one or the shark dog.
Why did you have to get that tattoo? Why, is that what you said?
No, I said she said it, and I don't know. I think after that, she just kind of learned to accept me for me.
Now, we're friends with Rick Neuheisel. He was your coach at Arizona, right, with the Hot Shots?
Oh, yeah, Coach Neuheisel. He's our fearless leader.
Yeah, I'm interested. He seems like a pretty laid-back guy when we're around him. Is he that way? Was he that way as a head coach in your short time with him?
Oh, yeah, no, he was every bit of that chill uncle who just wanted to hug you up and love you. I liked playing for him a lot. He was super cool.
I don't suppose before now you've spent a ton of time in Birmingham. What has been the most surprising thing to you about living in Birmingham?
Honestly, just coming from California, and this is my first time really in the South, and just people are just genuinely nice. Like you could like go up and have a conversation with somebody. They'll be like, "Hey, how you doing?" Actually, you have to talk to you and not just be in a rush and running around in circles. It's a little different out here, and I like it.
Best college quarterback you ever went against?
Man, that's easy. Marcus Mariota.
Yeah, he won a Heisman in 2014.
There you go, still in the league.
Okay, you're a former running back though, right? Did you not play running back in high school?
Yeah, I played a little everything. I returned kicks in high school. So
did you really?
I was the biggest guy on my team. So it was I came from a really small high school. So
best offensive game you ever had in high school?
Damn. I think I had like 4 touchdowns, maybe.
Ooh.
4 touchdowns, and I had a defensive touchdown too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was one of the something like that.
All right. Don't forget the Stallions are back in action Sunday. You can go see them. It is a very affordable ticket, $10 general admission. Kids 15 and under get in free with an accompanying adult. 11 o'clock Sunday. As the undefeated Stallions play the Philadelphia Stars, theusfl.com for all information and to purchase tickets. Scooby, best of luck this weekend. As always, we appreciate the time.
Yeah, no doubt. Thank you guys for having me. I hope I'll be back on soon here.
Yeah, absolutely,
thank you, buddy.
man. Come back. Scooby Wright with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Did he say a nun with a gas mask?
I couldn't hear it.
I couldn't understand that part.
Like
It was
a
muffled.
headband on.
Now, I'm old.
I think it was a nun.
I thought he said nut. My nuts with a gas mask on.
I think it was a nun.
I'm calling back.
Scooby, do you have your nuts with a gas mask tattooed on your arm? We were just wondering.
It was a nun with a gun.
But the nun doesn't make a ton of sense, but it makes more sense.
Yeah, it does. It is nuts.
But honest to goodness, if I was a set of nuts, I'd want a gas mask.
Finally, I can breathe.
My neighbor is a complete ass.
The other one's like, what?
Dick, man.
It didn't have to be said.
We spin the wheel, damn it.
By the way, speaking of my neighbor, I've cleared up this issue.
The fun of uncensorship there.
Yep.
That whole segment. Wait, we got to get 3 spots in this.
Okay.
We didn't do one before, Scooby.
All right, what do you need me to do?
Part of the show being brought to you by Dr. B. The hair on LT's head is growing.
Hey, Scooby doesn't need it, does he?
Nope.
Of course, he could have that Kentucky waterfall. He's always got a hat on, so you don't really know. With age, unfortunately, for most comes a little hair loss. I asked around. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. Set up that consultation. Dr. B and his team, they perform the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge, and Dr. Beckenstein, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is an absolute game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting, went over options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which I actually wore on the couch last night. It will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. I'm excited to see these results in the next few months. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. Tell him the next round sent you. That's 205-319-0316.
All right. And, of course, Scooby was on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Before you update us on your HOA, can you tell us about the great folks at Johnston RV that can get you away from bad neighbors to see America?
You can go see America and that Clipper Ultralight 182 DBU bunk model from Coachman. Payments as low as $179 a month. See JohnstonRVCenter.com for details. JohnstonRVCenter.com. You can find them in person as well. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. They've got that exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models under 2 years old. JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com. For those who don't remember the story, here's the backstory. The couple that lives basically across the street from me, their house, I'm on a corner lot. Their house is facing another way, but I see the side of their house across the street from mine and their side yard. All right. The people before them kept an immaculate yard. Looked like Augusta National. Fantastic. Their beds look great. Their yard looked great. This couple that has moved in with their young child, he's Japanese, she's French, and they travel a ton. Like, I've met them, I've talked to them a couple times, and both times they've made a point of telling me they're out of the country a lot. Well, they don't care for their yard, and it's overgrown, and stuff has grown up, and I asked the question on the show, should I call the HOA? Because I am following the HOA rules.
And I said you should.
You said I should. I can't remember what Dunaway said. Most of the people in the chat room said, sure. One said it's their yard, mind your own business. The only problem is I pay the HOA too. I take care of my yard or have my yard taken care of the way the HOA asks you to do it. So I kind of feel like I should call the HOA. I no longer have to. One of my neighbors down in the cul-de-sac Sunday morning texted me, and this is the text. Today was the day I could look at it no longer.
And he went and did it himself?
He fired up his lawnmower and he cut the guy's yard himself.
No, he didn't.
He did.
Was the guy out of town?
That'll teach him.
Not out of town at all.
They were in the house?
Far as I can tell.
And he came out and said, what are you doing?
Nope. Never walked out. Later that night, they were in the house. I saw lights on. And my neighbor said later on he could hear them and the kids playing in the backyard.
Well, I would have slung him a water bottle or something.
I mean, he just walked over, fired up the lawnmower, cut the yard himself. Said, I couldn't look at it anymore. I went and cut it myself.
Here's the problem. Now the guy's going to get used to that.
You fed the neighborhood cat, haven't you, at that point?
Now you got a feral lawnmower.
Yep. He said he couldn't look at it anymore. I said, so I walked outside and I said, I hope you scalped it because, this guy may not cut it again. Looks great, though, by the way.
Wow. It's better than a controlled burn, though. That would have been worse.
I would agree. That did seem extreme.
Yeah.
But, I mean.
Good for undergrowth, though.
I don't know what you do. Like, if I'm not keeping my yard up and my neighbor's over there cutting it, I don't know if I go outside and thank them, give them a water bottle. If I'm embarrassed, I don't know what I do. I know I'm embarrassed.
Kind of calling out the board of your homeowners, too.
Huh?
Isn't it kind of their job to
Well, somebody's got to report them, yeah. But, yeah. I don't guess I got to report them now. My neighbor's taking care of it.
All right. In the chat room over there, somebody else heard nuts too. Somebody heard mom. Some heard none. We'll make that a poll question. What did Scooby Wright say on the show is in the gas mask in his tattoo? Is it his nuts, his mom, a nun, or other? You can go vote right now in a Cowan Equipment poll question. At Next Round Live, I'll send that out for you there. Good to catch up with Scooby. He has been fantastic. The dive over to the center to cause a fumble, the goal line stand, helping him to win Game 3 was tremendous. A big story going on in the NIL. We have not gotten to it yet. Rockstar, will you walk over to spin the wheel? And while you're doing that, LT, tell us about the great folks at Bromberg's. Hold that wheel spin. We'll get framed up. But Bromberg's get you a gift coming up for Father's Day, for an engagement, for an anniversary, or if you're ready to pop the question.
Yeah, hey, look, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view that online store today. Go to brombergs.com. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's.
All right, NIL story or not here. If it lands in the red, it's marked with the letters NIL. We'll do that NIL update when we come back. If not, we'll look at other odds from Las Vegas to win conference championships.
It's not going to hit NIL because you went into the break and wrote NIL on it. You're trying too hard now.
Oh, no, nope. Brown. Just short. When we come back, odds to win conference championships. Still a huge day in the NIL. Maybe we'll get to it eventually if the NIL gods want us to. We're back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs,
Trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWT2022.com.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. Lock of the Day every day, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Man, I thought LT was a little out there on the Celtics last night, only getting a point at Milwaukee. But what a huge win from Boston, 116-108. LT gave you a free winner there. In that game, Al Horford was like he was back at Florida. He was so good. 16 points in the fourth quarter, a playoff career high of 30 points. Played good defense down the stretch against Giannis. Horford helped them get a big win in that series.
tying the series up 2-2 now. You called that yesterday. You going back to the NBA tonight?
I'm going back to the so 2-0 in the NBA. We had the Grizz last night plus 10.5. How the Grizz lost that game, I have no idea. I guess it didn't help that Morant was out, but the Grizz, man, had every opportunity to steal one last night and tie that up at 2-2. Sixers in Miami now is at 2-2. The Heat minus 2.5 tonight. I think Embiid has a monster game, and Miami just not getting good shots right now. Watching that game the other night, I was on the wrong side of it. I actually had the Heat, but I'm going against the Heat tonight. I got the Sixers plus 2.5.
So the Sixers plus 2.5 tonight as they are on the road in Miami. That series tied at 2-2. That's 6:30 on TNT, and it's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam and Chad and their team over there at Hemp Hill, trusted since 1954. We trust them to fix it right, fix it the first time, and fix it at a fair price. Anything with plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, Birmingham's trusted them forever since 54. Hemp Hill Services. You can call them up, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. That's a good number, by the way, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill.
Chad in the chat room says, guys, I'm pretty sure Scooby Wright said it was Will Levis in a gas mask.
Yeah, continuing theme, the mock draft and mock tattoos there for Will Levis. As we get ready to discuss some more betting odds to win conferences next year from Bet Online, and our buddy Barrett Salee compiling all of those, Scooby Wright's performance and what that defense is doing for the Stallions has been very entertaining. As we talked with Brock on Friday, there will be a player or two that end up making an NFL roster out of this league. All right, not a ton of them. A lot of them will get a chance in a camp. But I think there'll be one or two that make it on a team.
I think 5 or 6 Alliance guys. Was the Alliance the last one, the Birmingham Iron? Is that what we called that?
That
or
was
whatever
the
that was, the Alliance.
Yeah.
I think 5 or 6 guys were on NFL rosters this past season from that league, and that league didn't even finish.
Well, a lot of these guys have been on NFL rosters. Scooby was drafted by the Browns, played for a minute, I think, was on the practice squad. We asked Brock the other day, I think he said roughly 350 players in this league.
Yep.
And he said 35 will probably get a shot.
We'll get to a camp, and maybe one or two will make them. But the position as I watch them play, I don't think it's quarterback, right? I don't think one of these quarterbacks will do it. But if it is anybody, it could be a linebacker, or to me, it could be a receiver.
A receiver. I was thinking receiver.
Yeah. I mean, because what Bolden has done for Birmingham, I mean, sometimes with DBs draped on him, he's looked impressive as well. All right, betting odds for the ACC. No surprise on who the betting favorite is just because of street cred. It's Clemson, 2-3 odds from Bet Online to win the conference. After that, where do you go?
I would go NC State is the logical choice.
But Miami
might go Miami.
Yep. I was thinking that. I think NC State's the better team, but Miami is probably the public perception choice.
Yep. See, here's where you get great value at 10-1 with NC State. 10-1. They're fourth. Miami's 5-1. Pittsburgh's 9-1.
Pittsburgh?
Yep. NC State is 10-1. North Carolina's 11-1. Wake Forest, who will be good again.
Yeah.
20-1.
I think what you're getting, though, Brown, is you've got Miami and Pittsburgh and the Coastal.
They're in the same division.
Yeah,
and that's the problem.
NC State and Wake are over in the Atlantic with Clemson.
Yeah. No, that's the problem. NC State's the second best team in the league, but they got to go through Clemson to get there.
So Miami and Pittsburgh gets that one game, one shot. But tell me, if you go back to when Florida State had not lost an ACC game ever until they lost to Virginia on the road on a Thursday night in Charlottesville.
Isn't it funny we can all remember that moment?
Oh, yeah.
Because it was such a big game.
It was.
But when Bobby Bowden finally lost an ACC game, do you think any Florida State fan would ever imagine going into a season that they were 33-1 odds to win the ACC?
Well, they obviously ran that conference then. It took them forever just to lose a game in that conference. It was their conference. They absolutely owned it. They couldn't have dreamed that they were in a situation, A, where Clemson owned it like this, and B, they were this far down.
Yeah, not enough value for me.
There are 6 teams with better odds to win the ACC championship.
So they're mid-tier.
Than Florida State.
Okay, so who is the 6th? Because we got Miami, Pittsburgh, Wake, NC State,
Clemson, Miami, Pittsburgh, North Carolina State, North Carolina, Wake Forest. and then Florida State and Virginia are tied with 33-1, BC 40-1, Louisville 66-1, Virginia Tech 80-1 odds. I mean, that's a pretty big dip from Frank Beamer's days.
Yeah, I mean, go back to the Beamer days, and would Virginia Tech fans ever think, A, they were in the ACC, but B, that they would be this bad in any conference?
Well,
80-1?
Jeff Collins, year 3. Where's Georgia Tech?
125-1, Syracuse 150-1, Duke 500-1.
Didn't win a conference game last year.
Yeah, I mean, you may as well burn $500.
Yeah, Mike Elko taking over there.
I mean, that is remarkable for Florida State. And the fact that they know they've been this bad but haven't been able to turn it around any faster. And, I mean, you got to think this is a make-or-break year for Mike Norvell.
Yep.
I don't think he can absorb another one of those years. I know they got a new athletics director, their buddy Michael Alford. I don't know what a buyout looks like, but I'm sure Michael wants to put his stamp on this program. He's not going to sit around. Michael worked in Tuscaloosa. He has seen the value of a college football program that's just really kicking it, right? I don't think he's going to sit around and let this get in disrepair or in any worse disrepair.
You could see a lot of turnover this year in the ACC. You could see Florida State make a move. Dino Babers could be out at Syracuse. Georgia Tech, North Carolina with Mac Brown.
Yeah, I mean, he could just retire, right, even if he's successful.
We'll continue this look ahead to odds brought to you by our friends at Michelson. I'll give you the Pac-12 and then the SEC, and we'll wrap up this segment. We did the Big Ten earlier, where the Big Ten had 1-2 the odds for Ohio State to win it all, going crazy. Pac-12 is next. The look ahead brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Hey, find out if LASIK is right for you today. Again, I went in there over 20 years ago. I had the 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. If you're wasting money on the eyeglasses and the contacts each and every year, at least make this phone call. Call 969-8100. That's 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you, and they will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You can always go online for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
USC, Oregon, or Utah? Bet online. Betting favorite to win the Pac-12. Who do you think it is?
It's got to be Utah.
It's Utah.
It is USC, 2-1.
Are you serious?
Wow. Yep. No,
Lance,
no value there at all.
You're a USC fan, Lance. How you feel about that?
I'm not buying it.
Well, this is Lincoln Riley has flipped the perception of this in a hurry.
Yep.
Number 2, Oregon, 11-5.
Utah is third?
Yep. Utah's third, 5-1.
Who do you think's the highest ranked out of those three?
Utah.
I mean, I would think so in the year. In the preseason. Yeah, maybe Oregon, but I think Utah.
Yeah, Utah will be top 10. Oregon possibly top 15. I think 15-20, though.
I've got in my loose, not my official ballot for our 40 and 40. I got Utah 8, Oregon 10, USC 17.
Yeah, I think Utah will be the highest ranked of these three. That's interesting that they've got the third best odds.
I don't know who you'd go fourth. Maybe UCLA, but they're in the South, so probably you don't. You might take a flyer on Oregon State. I don't know.
They dual tie for fourth, Arizona State and UCLA at 17-2.
Arizona State.
Washington's 11-1. Washington State's 33-1. Oregon State's 40-1. Cal 66-1. Wait for it. Stanford is 80-1. Colorado's 200-1, and Arizona is 500-1.
500-1.
Now they've been terrible.
They were 1-11 last year. You know, you start to wonder, as much success as David Shaw had when he took over for Jim Harbaugh.
Gotta be hot seat.
Gotta be, man. I mean, they were 3-9 last year.
I don't know the level to which Stanford fans care about football, but I mean, if you're just evaluating him versus what they have been, I think he's got to be on the hot seat. Herm is certainly on the hot seat. We love Coach Herm on this show, but I was reading an article this morning where it was referred to as an unmitigated disaster right now, that nobody is in a worse spot in college football than Arizona State when you consider all things.
Alabama in the SEC odds 1-1. So it was 1-2 for Ohio State. Alabama 1-1 in a much more competitive league. Georgia 5-4.
Pretty tight.
So that's pretty tight. Then it drops a little bit to Texas A&M, who's 11-1, and then there's a big gap. Now, if I say who's fourth in the league,
very interesting.
That'll be a great debate all summer long, all the way up to SEC Media Days in July, on July 18th, is who do you perceive to be fourth?
I think it's going to be Tennessee, because I think they'll go east and, you know, maybe a one-game situation with Georgia and then a one-game situation against Alabama. I don't think they're going to go west because outside of A&M, it is really tough to peg that third West team. So I would go Tennessee, maybe Kentucky.
I will go Tennessee, but I'll say it again. If Vegas buys into Will Levis the way all these mock drafts do, it's got to be Kentucky.
Florida is 33-1.
That's the next team?
That's the next one. They're tied with Ole Miss, who are 33-1. Then the Fighting Will Levises are 40-1, tied with Tennessee, who are 40-1.
I mean, again, if you're looking value, Kentucky and Tennessee.
Yeah.
I mean, if it comes down to a one game with Georgia, you, again, catch lightning in a bottle.
LSU's 50-1. You guys like you some Arkansas, 66-1. Auburn, 66-1. South Carolina, a lot of you love Spencer Rattler and what Shane has done up there, 100-1. You guys have sung the praises of Mike Leach all summer long. Mississippi State, 200-1. Missouri, 400-1. Vandy, 500-1.
Yeah,
Missouri.
I never thought we'd see a point where Auburn was 66-1 either.
66-1 to win the SEC championship at Auburn.
I mean, that is very sad. I don't think there's a situation where either team in our state should be there. Yeah. It's 66-1 to win the conference.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the college basketball season, there were less than that to win the national championship.
In basketball, yeah.
That from our friends at Bet Online. You want to bet? Our friends at MyBookie can hook you up. We got a graphic that'll show you tonight's NBA games. LT just gave you Philadelphia is his free play tonight. He likes the Sixers in Miami, 6:30 on TNT. That other game is Dallas tonight. You see the odds there from MyBookie. Brandy's going to tell us about MyBookie. You got a thought on that line there for Dallas and Phoenix in that contest? I mean, that's been so back and forth. Luka, it seems like when he scores less, passes more, and rebounds more, that team is better than when he just scores.
Well, and look, and when Chris Paul's off, I mean, you saw it, had a disaster of a game over the weekend. And what's crazy about that series is Dallas had lost 12 consecutive games to Phoenix, was in that 0-2 hole. Then they win games 3 and 4. Now you got this new series. I mean, this, obviously a best of 3, and the best player on the court is Luka.
That is MyBookie right there with those lines.
MyBookie.ag, run lines, money lines, props. Nobody gives you more than MyBookie. Getting started is simple as well. Deposit $300, play with $200 instantly. Just use the promo code NEXTROUND at MyBookie.ag to claim a MyBookie deposit bonus. Go ahead, sign up at MyBookie.ag. Use that promo code NEXTROUND. Your first deposit bonus is matched up to $1,000. Whatever you put in, they meet you halfway, all the way up to $1,000. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag and the code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
You seen what these kids are doing now?
What's that?
They're mixing raspberry and lemonade flavors in their drinks.
Like, raspberry lemonade?
Nah, not like the kind we had. Better. It's all charged up. Got that bold Mountain Dew in it now. They're calling it Mountain Dew Spark.
Yep.
Seems like it's all about the flavor now. The flavor and the refreshment.
Yep.
If you'd have told me 50 years ago that we'd see kids drinking charged up raspberry lemonade flavored Mountain Dew Spark and making videos, twerking their hind ends, well, sir, I just flat out not believed you.
Yep.
It does taste mighty good though, don't it?
Yep.
You know, this Mountain Dew Spark is giving me a great idea.
What's that?
Think I'm gonna make a video. Twerking my hind end.
Well, I guess you gotta do you.
Get bold with the raspberry lemonade flavor of Mountain Dew Spark.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Wright. With Mortgage Wright, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. calendar. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Back with you on the Next Round. LT will tell you about his ride at Exclusive Auto Wholesale in just a second. Pelham Parkway, right there on Highway 31 in Pelham. And we'll do a little fact or fiction. LT has been in a Bronco. He's been in a Porsche. And now he's in a Mercedes from our friends at EAW.
Yeah, the 350 GLE. I will send you guys a video of it tomorrow. I'm telling you, the features are absolutely incredible. It's a 2020. It's got about 15,000 miles on it. It can be yours as well. It is one of the best cars I've ever driven. It handles like a sports car. Exclusive Auto Wholesale. You got to get in, see these guys. The inventory is incredible. They are obsessed with making sure every client feels like a lifelong friend. The experience, it is second to none at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. They make it easy on the customer at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. No more waiting around 3 to 5 hours to purchase a car. Drew and his team, they know that everyone's time matters. They work efficiently to make sure every customer is 100% satisfied. To view EAW's inventory and those great 5-star reviews, go to EAWcars.com. You can also stop by, see the incredible showroom. You will be blown away. They're located 2630 Pelham Parkway. When you go to EAW, make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you.
Tripp says you can actually find odds to bet division championships too, and he thinks Washington State is worth a bet in the Pac-12 North. Washington State.
I mean,
I'm not bullish on them.
Well, it depends on how you feel about Oregon. Are you bullish on Oregon?
I mean, Washington State was a pretty good team last year. They were fun to watch.
Fired their coach, by the way, right?
Well, that was because of COVID mandate.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying. Yeah, I mean, you've had a reset
which
there.
in retrospect looks
so stupid. It was the
ridiculous.
dumbest thing in the world.
They host Oregon. Boy,
Yeah.
they got an out-of-conference at Wisconsin. That's a weird matchup.
Well, Washington State at Wisconsin, you don't see that one a lot, do you?
Yeah, that's an early one.
The end of the alphabet game.
They've got Utah at home. They've got to go to SC. I mean, SC, the Oregon number and both the Utah numbers will probably be under a touchdown. So that's interesting.
All right, let's do a little fact or fiction. I got 5 of them for you today. Fact or fiction is being brought to you by our friends at Creekside Barbecue. LT swings by there for lunch or dinner sometimes, raves about the variety you get there.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going for dinner tonight. Absolutely love it. The smash burger is incredible, but Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain, it's centered around great barbecue. Soulful music, good vibes. They've got the Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with those chef-inspired sides like the corn casserole, potato salad with the feta cheese. Something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek. Several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. For more information, stop by. Check out that menu. Go online, creekside-bbq.com.
All right. Fact or fiction, guys? Fact or fiction? We heard from Chip Brown earlier out in Austin. Horns 24/7. You can get the podcast at nextroundlive.com. Arch Manning will one day throw a touchdown pass to a Jai Hall. Arch Manning will one day throw a touchdown pass to a Jai Hall.
I'll go fiction because Jai Hall would need to still be on the team. Arch Manning would need to go to I'll say fiction.
I'll say fiction as well. The Manning family has played this very close to the vest. I don't think anybody really knows. I think there was some speculation that Alabama was kind of out of the picture yesterday, and then a lot of the people that cover recruiting were like, I don't think that's the case. I don't know where that came from.
Well, the recruitment of Holstein from another
Right.
Louisiana city, a 4-star quarterback, many believe that if he commits to Alabama, that would close the book on their pursuit of Arch.
Yeah, and then it would look like it's down to Georgia and Texas at that time. And as Chip Brown told us earlier, Texas isn't recruiting anyone else, and they have made Arch Manning very much aware of that fact, that we are all in on you in this next signing class.
Fact or fiction? C.J. Stroud throws a NFL regular season touchdown before Baker Mayfield.
I will go fiction.
How come?
C.J. Stroud will be a starting quarterback in 2023, but I think Baker Mayfield's going to play this year. I mean, Baker Mayfield's getting paid $20 million.
Right now, still with the Browns, and they are without their quarterback likely the first few games, so he would be out there for that.
And I think that's the reason the Browns are so bullish on this thing right now is they want to hold out, because if it's 4 games, if it's 6 games, you feel like Baker can at least get you to 500 during those games.
I'll go fiction. I think Baker Mayfield he'll pop up before Stroud's able to get in the league and get a touchdown pass.
C.J. Stroud throws a NFL regular season touchdown before Jimmy G throws his next one.
Jimmy G's still a 49ers quarterback, which is surprising.
Could be the starter.
Could be. I mean, everybody seems to think it's Trey Lance, but hey, look, if Jimmy G sticks around and Lance gets hurt or struggles, I'll still go.
Yeah,
I'll still go Jimmy G.
I'll
there.
go Jimmy G too.
Yeah. Coming off of a surgery though this offseason, right?
He is, and I cannot believe there wasn't a bigger market for Jimmy Garoppolo.
I'm with Lance. I'm shocked he is still a 49er.
I was to a point where I was ready to have Jimmy G in Tampa. I was turned the page from Tom before I thought Tom was coming back.
If I was Tom, I'd take that contract now, and I'd be like,
save that. Still to come. Fact or fiction.
Okay.
Shohei Ohtani is the best show in baseball right now.
I think that's fact.
Yeah, I think that's got to be fact. I mean, we've never seen anything like this in the last 100 years.
2 homers last night, one of them a grand slam. He'll be pitching again, I think, Wednesday.
I mean, the crazy thing is he's your reigning MVP, but he's actually better this year. So he's young. He's getting better. It's amazing how quick this thing is turned. I mean, you could still make an argument Mike Trout best overall player right there on his own team, and they're 20-11. They're one of the big surprises early on in Major League Baseball. But, just a minute ago it was Bryce Harper. Mookie Betts was in the conversation. Cody Bellinger after winning that MVP.
Ronald Acuna.
Yeah, Acuna. A lot of good young baseball players right now.
It really is. All right, Phoenix Pro Sports will never win another pro championship.
Ooh, never is a very long time.
I'll go fiction. I mean, I think Phoenix still got a good chance of winning the championship this year.
But are the Diamondbacks the last one to have done it?
They're the only ones, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I guess the Suns never won one, right?
The Suns have never won one.
Yeah, I know the Cardinals haven't.
Yep, they haven't.
Cardinals are so close. So close.
I think Phoenix played in the finals last year, so I will say that's fiction.
Yeah, I'll go fiction.
So you think it's the Suns?
I think it's the Suns.
Yeah.
And I'll still say the Suns do it this year.
The Cardinals seemed like they had that moment, that chance.
Well,
right?
they did. I mean, it took James Harrison. Was it James Harrison returning the fumble for the touchdown?
Right before the half.
And then Dante Starr?
Nope, Santonio Holmes.
Santonio Holmes making a spectacular catch on a spectacular throw. I mean, it took two incredible plays.
Peyton Manning will sign a TV deal to be a lead analyst sooner rather than later after seeing all these numbers for Tom Brady and Troy Aikman.
Well, I did the musical chairs game. Which network?
Oh, they'll make room.
Which one? It's not going to be Fox. I mean, it's not. Fox is just signed with Brady. It's not going to be ESPN. Aikman,
Tony Romo out. Peyton Manning in.
CBS will be about the only one.
He's already on your ESPN crew though, doing the Maton.
Yeah, but you just signed a ton for Aikman.
Yeah, you're paying between them $90 million for Troy and $70-something million for Joe Buck. You're not breaking up that team.
Yeah, I mean, it would only be CBS. It would only be moving on from Romo. And he was the first one to get one of these big deals. I'm going to say it's fiction. I just don't know there's a spot for him unless you consider Amazon, if it doesn't work out with Herb Street.
Yeah. And Herb Street does seem like a placeholder.
That's a lot of money to pay a placeholder.
Boy, if I'm Peyton's agent, though, I'm trying to figure out how we're getting in on this now.
I agree.
mean, if it's $37.5 million and you're doing 8 Manning cast anyway, so you're committed to almost half the work anyway.
Yeah, why not do a full season? Yeah.
Why not just do the full season? And of all of them, the personality that this fits is Peyton.
Peyton Manning,
Yeah.
Because he's really knowledgeable. He does it in an entertaining way, and he can cut up when he needs to cut up.
And that's the perfect combination.
And I feel like that's what everyone's chasing with these other guys, trying to get what Peyton Manning is. All right, that's Fact or Fiction today. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment poll questions. We ask what is in a gas mask in the Scooby Wright arm tattoo that he said, and we really didn't understand what he said. 44% of you either believe he said his nuts or just wanted to one-time vote in a poll that says his nuts. 44%. 26% of you say a nun.
It was a nun.
19% say dynamite. 11% say other.
Dynamite?
Dynamite. That's what some listeners heard.
Yep.
Can we play it back or no?
I think it was his dog.
Yeah.
But we'll find out.
So, but you think it was
very
his dog,
small, wrinkly dog.
Like he said, like the dog's name then?
Maybe.
Maybe so. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Brett is in New Mexico, but it says he's in Alaska. You're on vacation, right, Brett, in Alaska?
Yes, sir, I sure am.
How is it up there? Is it beautiful?
It is. Right now, it's breathtaking, guys. I am more than 40 miles away from the base of Mount McKinley, a.k.a. Denali, and it is absolutely beautiful.
Hey, do you have access? Do you have email on your phone?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to do something weird. We need to take a break anyway. If Rockstar dropped you a link, could you join us on video and let us see what you're looking at?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Rockstar's going to Rockstar, put him on hold. You have to get his email address, I guess. I want to see it. I've always wanted to go to Alaska.
All right, so we'll go to Alaska in the next segment.
With Brett, yes.
So don't even spin the damn wheel. It's no NIL. We did it. We'll go to Alaska when we come up. There's what Brett is looking at, I guess. So Forrester, of course, opening the present before we get to see it live.
Of course.
Way to go, Forrester. You're a lot of fun on Christmas morning. Back in a moment.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWT2022.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Final thought of the day is brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Wright. As we do, what was the old kids show? Where in the world is Carmen
Sandiego?
I was about to say Carmen Electra.
Where is she?
It was a more interesting name.
Yes. She's in a more interesting location.
Yep.
We'll find out where in the world is Brett in just a second.
Hey, we all need a little help sometimes, and our friends at Mortgage Wright are ready to lend you a hand. Mortgage Wright's down payment assistance program gives you the option to purchase a new home without coming out of pocket for a down payment. Their team of mortgage experts always ready to offer their time, tips, and tools to help move you in with confidence and no money down. Take advantage of this home buying benefit by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
All right, so Brett called in from Alaska and talked about how beautiful it was. On the fly, we asked him if we could drop him a video link, and he has so graciously joined us on video with his lovely wife. You're in front of Mount McKinley. Is that right, Brett?
Yeah, we're about 45 miles away. I just wanted you guys to see we're supporting our next round gear.
I see that.
I'm gonna change the angle just above Chrissy's head. Way over there. That is Mount McKinley.
Wow,
that's beautiful.
Denali. The North Peak is said. The sign says it's 45 miles from here.
Wow. Are you going to drive all the way there?
No, they had a mudslide last year, the road that leads through the park over there to the base is closed. I'm just going to kind of pan. That's the south end of the range. That's I can't pronounce the native word right, but that basically legend says that was Denali's wife, and then there's one in the middle that they call the sun, and then you got McKinley or Denali, and then to the far north there's a place, it's called Moose Tooth. They've got different names and stuff. I took some pictures of the sign. Hopefully they'll turn out. I have to look at them before I leave and make sure you can read them. But it is absolutely beautiful.
It looks desolate out there. Do you have your bear mace on you just in case you come across a Kodiak?
No, but no, we had the park. The viewing park is actually closed because of there's still snow all over the place. We parked at the gate and walked in. We saw some moose tracks in the snow, some kind of wild feline foot paw prints, and then we saw some moose excrement coming up here. But we haven't seen anything. Yesterday we went to a firing range, and we stopped at a lookout. I think those are some of the pictures I tweeted this morning. There was two dead moose carcasses close to where we were stopped at.
Okay, a dead moose carcass.
Okay, here we go real quick. Fact or fiction, Brett? At one point, where you're standing right now used to be owned by the Russians. Fact or fiction?
It's fact.
Yep, according to Wikipedia, that is fact.
We bought what became the state of Alaska from the Russians back late 1800s.
Yeah, Seward's Ice Box, Jim. I remember
Seward's
this.
Folly.
Seward's Folly.
Yeah, what did we pay for that?
Pennies on the dollar.
I remember Florida was a value.
Oh, there's no doubt Florida was a value. I think we might have taken Florida other ways too. Hey, what's the temperature, Greg? We're about to have to go. What's the temperature up there right now?
I think it was like 37 when we got out of the car. The wind's blowing, so it feels probably closer to about 30 right now.
Oof.
Woo.
But the sun's up. Look, 30 up here is like 20 back there.
No
Trust
doubt.
me, okay?
Yeah, no doubt. Well, that's beautiful, though, man. I've always wanted to go to Alaska.
All right, there you go. That's,
you guys have fun.
Thanks, Brett.
Yeah, vacation. You got the rest of the week off,
Thanks,
Brett.
guys.
There you
Bye.
go. There you go.
All right, see ya.
Little vacation for Brett.
Yeah, how cool.
Up in
man.
Alaska.
Beautiful up there.
Yep.
Always wanted to go. I don't know about you guys. Alaskan cruise. Would you rather go Alaskan cruise or do what they're doing?
I'd really do what they're doing.
Yeah. I've heard the Alaskan cruise is pretty awesome.
Yeah,
though.
a lot of sea life. You get to see whales.
Stuff you don't normally get to see.
Sea lions, seals,
anything in the water.
Fish.
Plankton.
I've got 10 more seconds. I got to fill, Rockstar.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Penguins, icebergs,
Yeah.
high tides, low tides, lobsters. All right, that's the show today. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Rockstar, anything else?
The NIL. Well,
Will you spin the wheel? Spin the wheel one more time. Spin the wheel one more time.
See if that way can do it.
See if we'll talk NIL tomorrow. Oh, it's got to be a short spin. We're running out of time.
Oh, this is not carryover, by the way.
Oh,
No,
first segment
sorry.
tomorrow. If
This
it's
is
red.
this is for the first segment.
First segment tomorrow. Will we start the show with NIL? Oh,
Hilarious.
No, we will not. We will not do it.
clean sweep.
Can I get it to save his life, Kenny?
That big day in the NIL. You did not hear about it here. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.